Evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is our regular board meeting of Board of Supervisors, March 18th, 2025. If you're able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can we start with the roll call, Scarlett?
Frank Palin.
Mary Viator.
Michael Johnson.
Richard Vassalotti.
Elizabeth Acamando.
Patricia Farrell, Betty Argue.
Jay Foy.
Rob Robinson. Jeff Sisolak. Kenny Lawrence.
Do we have anybody on Zoom for this? No, thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're going to recess our regular board meeting and call to order the public hearing for Unit of Development 24. If anyone has a comment about this, after we discuss the item, please put in the card now, and where it says item number, just put Unit 24 so we'll know. Thank you. Okay, so the Unit of Development number 24, public hearing presentation.
I'll be happy to start.
Thank you. Mary.
Okay. We have been requested by the landowner to form a unit of development in Indian Trail Improvement District. And that is to construct a water control plan. So if there's particular improvements, capital improvements that they're requesting that the district be involved with, this is the process. They have initiated a request to form unit development number 24, and it's the project known as Vintage Oaks. We at a prior board meeting adopted a resolution of intent to form that particular unit of development. And then after that, the district went ahead and advertised to allow the public to know that this is what we're doing and that they have a right to come and provide comments to going or proceeding forward. That is at the juncture we are right now. If this board goes ahead and approves this resolution, which basically forms the unit development, that motion would include directing the district engineer to prepare the water control plan. So that water control plan would then be prepared and it would be brought back to the board to approve. And if it's approved by the board, there would be another public hearing so that the water control plan can receive public comments. After that, it's done. And then what happens next? There's a preparation of an engineer's report, and that involves the district engineer and prepares a report indicating the benefits to the land as a result of the capital infrastructure. So, and then after that, there's a 30-day appeals process after this board approves the water control plan and the respective engineer's report. And I'll go ahead and turn this over to Jay so you can give him a little bit more explanation of the improvements being requested.
All right, as you know, that it's a multifamily development, and at this stage, we aren't authorized to prepare the water control plan. We can't issue a special permit either because the water control plan isn't in place. Although they have submitted for a special permit, they have been informed that we cannot approve such until such time that the water control plan is complete, which includes the engineer's report. So if we're just doing what Mary said, you're authorizing the engineer to go ahead. You're saying it. Go ahead and try to prepare the water control. If it is voted in, we'll control water control plan, and by legal process, we'll bring it back with the appropriate public notice.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, Frank?
Just to clarify, Vintage Oaks is a single family detached home development being built by D.R. Horton Company. It's on North Lake Boulevard. It's in the city of Palm Beach Gardens, and development has commenced on the site.
Thank you.
Because Jay had said it's multifamily. It's
Thank you.
single family detached houses.
Okay. Any questions? Betty?
They are single family, yes. Townhouses are single family.
Very good. So do we have a motion
Well, it might be appropriate to receive public comments if there's
before a motion?
a,
Okay,
before the motion.
absolutely.
Mhm.
Do we have? Come on up, please. Please state your name.
Quinester Nieves, 8692 140th Avenue North. I just want to know two things. I'm not really educated on this, but why, if we don't have the authorization to do this, why we're gonna expend funds? And that means the acreage is going to pay for this, correct?
I think there might be, misunderstand. This is not on 140th. This-
So it's in the acreage. My
What's in the
taxes
acreage?
being-
No, well, by creating a water control plan, it will apply only to the Vintage Oaks property. And there's going to be basically, the district has an agreement with DR Horton Company, which is the owner of the property, to provide drainage services for overflow or from the drainage on the site. They're going to be maintaining, Jay could explain from a drainage perspective what the system is, but if there's going to be an overflow of drainage that'll go into the county roadway system drainage for North Lake Boulevard, and then will go down and then into the Indian Trail system farther to the west.
And let me just respond directly to your question. The Vintage Oaks, they have entered into a landowners agreement with Indian Trail Improvement District, and they're responsible for all the costs involved with this process. So the district is not assuming those costs. Those are being paid by the Horton.
Well, and eventually their homeowners will be assessed in the same way that you as a landowner are assessed.
In your own unit of development.
You're not in this unit. This doesn't affect you
Right.
directly, but
Well, I didn't know that as a special unit, but I want to know if it's going to increase my taxes,
No,
even if it's
No.
$5.
no.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
You're welcome.
And Madam, and
Thank
then
you.
Madam Chair, the actual adoption is later on in the agenda,
Thank you.
unless there's further discussion by this board.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other public comment, do I have a motion?
Not
Uh,
yet. No, it's
not
under the
yet?
consent.
Okay, so we're done and I can.
We're
close
done. We can
this.
close
Okay,
the
very
public
good.
hearing.
All right. Okay, all right. So we are going to adjourn the public hearing for Unit of Development 24 and reconvene our regular board meeting.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So President's welcoming remarks. Once again, please, I ask you if you could silence your cell phones. If you need to speak amongst yourselves, please step outside and away from the windows. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, again, please fill out a comment card and have the item number on the card and turn it in prior to us speaking about that item. If it is not on the agenda and you wish to speak, that will be during regular public comment around 7:30. And you could just put that on your card and again, have the card turned in prior to that. Typically and policy wise, it's not a back and forth during public comment. We want to hear you and we listen to you and we will take your comments into consideration as we make decisions. So thank you very much for being here. I'm going to ask, as always, for everybody to be respectful to each other. to the staff and to the board. If you may be aware, we adopted a code of civility and we hope everybody in the room will treat each other very respectfully, even when we have a difference of opinion. I also want to let everyone know, in case you don't see it, we have a series of meetings coming up. We're going to be doing some strategic planning, which is critical as changes are coming fast and furious to the community. Our first one will be held at Palm Beach State College. We hope to see a lot of people in attendance, where we'll meet with the strategic planners to discuss with the board what we're looking for in this process. And that will be on April 1st at Palm Beach State College in Loxahatchee Grove. So please tell your friends and neighbors in case you don't see it on social media or don't happen to go to the website, which is a wealth of information. But please know that we're going to be starting that series and we're looking forward to it very much. And I think that's it. So thank you, everybody, for coming. And right now, I'd like to, Michael, anything? Richard? Patty?
Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I like seeing the faces. I got new faces. It's exciting to see people getting involved in our community. Thank you.
Betty?
We did the notice portion of the special meeting.
Nope.
I didn't think we did. Did you?
It was a task.
We noticed.
It was due,
Okay.
the public hearing was duly noticed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just thought that you had to state that. So.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay. All right. Item 5, agenda approval. Do I have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to tonight's agenda? Seeing none, a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. See that the motion was made by Patricia Farrell and seconded by Michael Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. PBSO, is Lieutenant Sowers here?
No, I don't believe either of them could be here tonight
Okay.
because of the meeting, because they had other meetings. with Other
Understood.
municipalities within the western
Understood.
zone
Okay.
or district.
All right. Okay, but you could, if you're interested in any of that information, we do have fire rescue updates on the website under the agenda packet. So if anybody would like to see what's been going on there. On to regular agenda, item 7.1, to consider the First Amendment of Jeffrey B. Sluggett and Associates Agreement. Mr. Hanson?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, board. So tonight, is a renewal for Jeffrey Sluggett and Associates, who've been your local lobbyists or intergovernmental affairs consultants for the past few years. So they are interested in renewal if the board is. However, they did ask for a slight increase from $6,500 monthly fee retainer to $7,500, which would initiate in June of this year.
Thank you. And just so the community is aware, they've brought back millions of dollars to projects, much needed projects they help make happen, including the berm along Corbett. This is an organization that is basically our liaison to the county and other agencies that affect the business that we do here to protect our residents. With that being said, do we have a motion to approve this amendment dated March 12th, 2021 between Indian Trail Improvement District and Jeffrey B. Sluggett and Associates?
I'll make the motion.
And you need public comment.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so we have a motion, Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Vassalotti. And do we have any public comment cards for this item? We do not. Okay, right to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
I see that passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, 7.2, considering base rock pricing alternative, Mr. Robinson. Too close.
Evening Supervisors, Scarlett, we emailed you and also Burgess, if you guys want to pull it up. So with the recent price increases by Palm Beach Aggregate, uh, we're looking at least a minimum of a $7 increase. We have a verbal to hold the prices down. We're currently paying $12 a ton. They're gonna be upping the price to $19 per ton. We have a verbal on that. Their printed price that will start in April 1st, no pun intended, will be $23.50. We currently spend fiscal year 24. We spent $420,000 on road rock alone for district roads. That equates into 1,700 loads. We generate about 300 loads with our activities for millings conversions. So that's about 2,000 loads that we're putting down on district roads per year. That is 8 loads per mile per year, what we're currently doing. So as far as our restoration, when we have work orders that come up, the current 2,000. Get a little tongue tied here. The 2,000 loads is 8 loads per mile. Okay. No, start from the beginning. Base Park 101. Okay. So next slide. So the price analysis and cost production. I've put up here what's going to be the commercial pricing. I just went into that briefly, and the availability. We're also at the whim of whenever Palm Beach Aggregate is down for maintenance. We've seen that a couple times over the last several years when they have experienced shortages on parts. And that's not just the base rock. We're also looking at sand that we use for the arenas. We've had to truck that in from different pits at the time at considerably more expense for hauling, as well as the aggregates that we use for the remaining of the drainage projects, whether we're putting in, culverts or doing the riprap for them as well. So I'll go over the site selection, the operational costs of what it does for the next several years. Our quality standards, we did a SIB analysis, and it compares right up there with DOT standards for aggregated base rock, which is very, very good. Our future projects and asset retention as well for equipment. Next, please. So our local commercial pricing. This is what the published amounts are. Our coarse aggregate, which is the riprap, fine aggregates would be the smaller 57 stone. The base rock, which we're talking about here tonight, these are the published numbers. Fill number 1, that's another thing I'm going to circle back on later. We use that for district projects, for canal bank restorations and everything in between on that. Our number 2, we don't use that because we have a good pile of number 2 currently located at the M2. And washout stabilizer, we've used the washout from time to time on some of the arenas, but it really doesn't isn't a great product. It's the quality control on it isn't there for what we're looking for. Next one, please. So in the M2, we've been mining that for the last several years. In fact, I've got some historic photos that go back to the 80s were kind of blurry because the resolution wasn't that great, and they were from, about a mile up in space. But you can see over the next several years how that's been excavated out and used around the district for various projects. So the proposed cut that I've outlined up there is a 15-acre cut. broke it down into 3 5-acre cells. The 5-acre cells are what we're basing our production off of. It's easier to keep that dewatered. And that's very important when you're trying to get every last bit of material out of that ground. So what it costs to dewater it is we're making up for not only in production for hauling it dry, but also when we stockpile it and go to process it later. A wet stockpile would take upwards of a year to thoroughly dry out when you're throwing up 40,000 yards of material at a time. It just doesn't drain very well or very fast. So we do a dry cut on that. We could process it a lot further. So where I have that outlined, the darkish blue to the right of that proposed cut is one we just finished up last year. That's 3.5 acres. I'm basing our production numbers off of that right there because we have hard numbers on that, what we used last year to process that and excavate it out. One thing we were able to do over the last several cuts that we've done in there is we rented a larger machine. The top cut is a sandy material, which is the #1 fill that we used for canal banks. Excellent stabilizer. Like I said, we have it on different projects throughout the district. The cheddar layer is the rock. We've never been able to really thoroughly get at that because the size of the machine that we have wasn't able to penetrate that and then break it up in a production manner. And it was also very hard on the machine when we tried to do it before. So we were able to dig successfully a 5 to 6 inch layer of rock out of that. And that's what we have stockpiled. There's about 30,000+ yards up there out of that 3.5 acre cut. What I'm going to be using as a conversion factor, and probably a little too technical, is 1.35 tons per cubic yard. And that's a dry mix. What we're getting from Palm Beach Aggregate is probably a little bit wetter. We don't like to haul a lot of the times when it's raining because you're going to end up buying water. So the more of this product absorbs over there, we're just buying water. So I'm using that as our conversion factor, which is a dry product, and it processes very well. I could have fudged the numbers and say we're getting 1.5 tons, which is probably closer for a lime rock, what you're getting commercially from the pit. But like I said, I'm keeping it skinny on here so nobody can, criticize these numbers. They are what they are. Next one, please. Did you break it? Nope, that's me. This is a satellite picture of the M2 impoundment. This goes back to 1996. Like I said, the other ones that I had up there, the resolution wasn't that great, and it was just a blur from this. You couldn't tell what was what in there. So going back even before this, the dike was up, and the district had been using small quantities of this for various projects throughout the district. Next slide. This one's from 1999. You can see the perimeter canal was excavated out, but there was still considerable material left in the interior. Next. There wasn't much up until 2015, 2016, where you could see the perimeter canal was excavated out fully. And then also to the southeast, there was a large portion that had been removed and processed, and a small portion of the interior. One thing that I have found in talking with some of the old timers that were here and, Dave Brazell, who was, dug a lot of the last several cuts over there, they dug it wet and they did not have the machines available to also dig through the rock. So there's actually underneath that water in there, there is considerable amount of rock left within the M2 impound itself. And this is one of the other reasons why you dig it dry. You get everything out of there you possibly can. So this is just some of the historic photos of the impound. Next one, please. Okay. So we're proposing 3 5-acre cells, and this is the rental pricing. But first, some of the detailed description of what we'll be doing is stripping the top layer of the roots and vegetation. We don't want that on our material. It's no good. Can't use it. We put it off to the side and we process it back into the canal banks. And then we do some a littoral in there for vegetation, and the ducks really like it. The first cut would be the excavation of the number 1 fill material. Like I said, we use that for different projects and restorations. The durations for cutting this 5-acre top cut of that cell is 2 months. And we excavate 35,000 yards out of that. And like I said, we're figuring a multiplication of 1.35 tons per yard, which is on the low side. Like I said, that is very dry. So the cost to do this is $193,700. That processes the 47,000 tons. Our cost to do that is $4 per ton. And this is using all rental equipment as I've outlined on this page. Equipment use would be the excavator, 2 rock trucks, a loader, and a small dewatering pump. The labor associated with that is our labor burden. Our fuel and repair costs are on there. And like I said, it's going to be a 2-month process. So everything on that is ×2. The total calculation on the end is what the equipment rental would be. Next. This is the same chart because we do have a 335 that we have been operating in there to do the top cut. That machine's okay for excavating the soft material and shallower. So there's 0 cost on that as far as rental. The fuel and repair does go up slightly. We're fixing because that machine is about 5 years old right now. No, I'm sorry, 6. So it's getting a little long in the tooth, and that's what we've seen. We kind of break teeth on that and hydraulic lines, but there's no rental cost on that. We're using a 8% rental. I'm sorry, 8% repair, which is about industry, maybe a little bit low for that age of machine. Once again, we do have the 2 rock trucks in there. We don't currently have any of those, and the loader we have in-house that we use to stockpile. Also, there's a little bit more of repair cost on that. And we've been using a dewatering pump that we have in fleet. That's the 6-inch, so there's no cost on that. Now, these equipment is also subject to availability when we're not using them on other district projects. So when we figure in using our own in-house equipment, that price drops from $4.05 a ton down to $3.33. So if we were to locally source all this material through Palm Beach Aggregate for $13 a ton and excavate all that cells, we'd be spending over $1.8 million just for that material. And that would be about over the course of the next 3 years from what we've excavated before and what we're kind of timing this out to be. Next, please. The next layer of this, we'll look at as a parfait. This is the cheddar. This is the rock layer that we really haven't been able to get to before in the past. It's a 5-foot thick strata at the minimum as it excellent hardness. It's not quite what you would get, if it had another couple million years to cook underneath there, but we don't have time to wait. So, but it's an excellent product. Like I said, we do have the geo reports, and the lab analysis to support that. This stacks up, might be a little bit on the sandy side, but it stacks up to any DOT product, that is commercially available. I didn't do some of the other Texas tests like, plasticity, but we do have an LBR, comes up to 125 LBR. So it stacks up against commercially available product. For this, we did have to get the larger machines. So once again, this has all been calculated in there. This is a 3-month process because it is a little thicker than the top cut and is a lot harder to mine out. So this process takes it, about 3 months to do. Because it is a little bit thicker, we're looking to pull about 54,000 tons out of this. And our price for just the excavation alone is $5.39 on that, using all rented equipment. And you'll see there's a 12-inch dewatering pump too, because what we found with the deeper cut, the deeper we go, the more water we get. So we've actually had to have 2 of our own pumps in there, trying to dewater everything before in the past, and just barely keep up with it with a 6-inch and a 4-inch. Next, please. Once we get the rock out and stockpiled and it's had some time to dry, we crush. This is not a stock image right here. That picture down there is a current machine that we have on rent for crushing rock to test our the availability of the product. I'm sorry, for the quality of it. And what our production rates will be. This machine is actually a little bit too undersized for the rocks that we're getting out there, but it was good to do the initial test runs on everything. We're also, I'm figuring in rental on this one, but once we get in our production, our current fleet of excavators, we have one on there, so that would drop also. Just with the rental equipment, our cost to process this is $3.40 a ton. Keep in mind, we still have to add the other 5 and change back on top of it. Next one, please. And this would be the price with our own loader and excavator. That drops the price down to $2.89 per ton that we're able to process this. And that's with the current machines that we have. Next one, please. So the total processing costs for the number 1 fill that we get out of there to generate for other products, we're estimating we're going to be banking 143,000 tons of material. And like I said, this is going to take the next 3 years to do. This isn't something that we're going to be able to pull out all at once, because 1, we don't have the stockpile area to do, and 2, the dewatering and what we're using it on roads right now, we don't have the need to excavate that material all at once. So our number 1 fill locally procured is $13 a ton. We can process this in-house for anywhere between $3.33 and $4.05. Our savings per ton is $9 to $9.50. If we were to purchase this savings for the district would be between $478,000 and $582,000 over the next 3 years. Our base rock, like I said, I'm using the higher number on this because this is what has been posted to us. We had a verbal on the lower cost, and trying to get other sources. We've called several times, and I've even gotten into the mix myself to see if we can get other products. Star Quarries out off of 27 and also Lake Point. They're kind of non-committal to getting with us. I don't know if it's because Palm Beach Aggregate is right next door. But one thing, even if it is a little bit lower price, the hauling on it, what we found is going to eat us up. So unless it's significantly lower than what Palm Beach Aggregate or what we can process it for, the hauling's gonna eat us up on that. So just for the base rock alone coming out of Palm Beach Ag, we can process material for 8 and change per ton. And that's cost savings for us between 1471 and 1522, which equivocates into $2,400,000 over the next 3 years. Like I said, beginning of this, we are currently spending or have spent in FY 24, 420,000 just for 17,000 loads. And that's about 35,000 tons of what we're putting down a year. So 54,000 tons per cell would more than cover us for a year. Will probably carry us into 4 years. So over the next 4 years, you know, the cost savings would be tremendous. Next one, please. So this is the rental cost. The rental cost alone for this project would be 1.2 million. I've outlined everything here per month. The big one is the rock trucks. Those are 2, and also the crusher and stacker. The duration in months is how long we would need everything. The excavator alone, 15, because we have to continually mine out that rock layer. The rock trucks are 720,000, and the 12-inch pump, where I don't have a monthly lease on that, but a cost new would be 165,000. That was an estimate. He gave me rental numbers, which were spot on, but he forgot to send me the purchase price. What we're spending on that for this project would be 126,000. So just a little bit more, but the rock trucks alone would just, it's cheaper to buy a rock truck than the rental. So the cost new for a larger excavator would be 565,000. The stacker and conveyor would be 838,000. The rock trucks are 559 each, and the pump, like I said, was 165. Monthly lease payments. I know you like this, Frank, and but I didn't bring anything forward. But this is what Deere quoted us. The lease payments would be less than we're currently renting them for a month and having to give them back. The same thing for the crusher and the rock trucks. Next one. Future upcoming projects. We've all heard about the 640-acre impound expansion. One of the things that calls out inside the agreement that we have that's in escrow is the ability for them to get their DRO, which they have. The ability to include it in water control plan for the excavation and the cost. And that's what I'm kind of looking at right here. And the other factor is permitting. The footprint for that 640-acre impound, we have the geo reports back. This is not a file photo. This is actually taken off of that report. That green layer in there, that is a 10 to 20 foot layer of lime rock. That is down about 10 feet from the existing surface. If we were to, that footprint alone, if we were to process that, it's 4.8 million cubic yards. If we were to put a price tag on that for what Palm Beach Aggregate would be trying to sell that as, it's $150 million worth of material that is sitting underneath that impound. Next one, please. Other future uses, you know, we talk about the millings. Right now, we're currently getting millings in from various projects. It's costing district about, well, not about, it's $320 per load. We've got a good stockpile on that. And with the conversion of everything, we still have 260 miles of dirt roads currently left in our inventory. Another use for this is there's several recyclers around Palm Beach County that people come and pay to tip their asphalt. And this isn't millings, this is raw asphalt. When they're redoing parking lot, roads, sidewalks, they have to pay to go dump that somewhere. And they're dumping it at Eakins and other recyclers around there. And they charge upwards of $200 per load for you to go in there and dump the asphalt. What do they do with it? They turn around, they crush it, and they sell it back to you for $20 a cubic yard. Next one. So that's pretty much it. I know I ran through this kind of fast. Numbers kind of get everybody to roll back their eyes into their head. But like I said, that's in there. It's black and white. You know, I've got all the backup in there to substantiate it. We've been doing this process going back since 2017 when I got here. Not on this scale, but we have had a very good run of processing this. This slide up there now, that's not a file. That's us back in December of 2017 when we did one of our first cuts into there and actually got the screen plan in there to run it out. There's still another 7 acres of rock that's underneath that cut because we couldn't get to it. But it's been a good product and it's been substantial savings, and we've used this to supplement jobs. You know, one of the reasons, we had $1 million rock budget at one point in time. We've been able to cut that down significantly over the years because of this. And this has been done with a lot of just out of normal operation budget. It hasn't impacted anything within the M2. This is just going for material rentals and for what we would be offsetting the purchase of rock throughout for the district roads. Don't worry about the next slide. That was just Jason's backup, so I could have some numbers in there. So anybody have any questions?
Michael?
When you were talking about the recycling of the asphalt, were you suggesting we become recycling and use it?
As road projects come and go, as we've seen through COVID and demand, that would be one alternative. We still have some hurdles to go through. We've got to look at permitting and environmental and work with legal on that as well. How some of these would happen, but these are also, like I said, other alternatives that we could look into. Of course, we wouldn't be selling that back to the public. We'd be using it on our district roads. One thing that we would be able to control the quality much better in-house, as we've had to reject loads time to time and again because they come in oversized, undersized, with debris in there from what was left over from another dump truck load. So we would be able to screen and process and keep in-house and do a lot better quality control over what we're currently importing.
And this would be with the suggested equipment that you already we've laid out for the 640 and stuff.
I'm
You-
sorry,
You'd
could
be
you
use
repeat that?
this is the equipment you could use the same equipment for the asphalt recycling that you could for the
That's one of the, the excavator, and the purchase of all this. It would definitely be the machine that you need to move 1.2 million yards to do the levee around the impoundment. The cycle times on a 6-yard machine where the cut is going to be for the initial cells, it would take about 3.5 years for us to do it in-house with 4 trucks and just this one excavator. But all this equipment could be used to build that as well, from the dewatering to the rock crushing. One other thing that Burgess brought in, there are other water quality projects that are coming online here in the near future. One is the C18 reservoir. Currently, that's everybody knows that as the Mecca project. County is also inquired about. They have a canal that needs to be filled in prior to the commencement of the C18, which they need to get done, and that's going to be coming up in the next several years, as well as there's also projects that were proposed with FWC. One of them is to coordinate around the Moss, because we did the Moss pilot project, and we started pumping water in there. One thing they did not consider was there is no perimeter berm around the Moss property. It's old farmland and the farm ditches are made to drain and it drains back into the CDD. So we can only pump on a very limited basis to hydrate the Moss property. So FWC has expressed interest in material up in that neck of the woods to do that project, as well as other interlocals with just strictly water resource projects that are going to be coming up online within the next several years. The next several, 3 to 5, they still got to go through permitting and development.
Sorry, we actually want to sell it to them. We can't sell it publicly, but we could sell it to them through the ILA.
Okay.
So we would be able to recoup money from that. Yes,
Mhm.
material, because it would be much cheaper for them to buy it and transport it from us than it would be from others.
Or any other source. They'd have a guaranteed quality local source for whatever they need, or as much as they need.
Yeah. And just quickly, that could also go towards building and dredging the 640 to make that just not the phase 1 surface level, but actually to do more dredging and pay for it, and without our local landowners having to pay a significant amount potentially.
Thank you for the presentation. Rob was really great. If everything goes right between now, the M1, then 640, then what we're talking about down the road, how many years are we looking at? From start to finish with these projects. I mean, it's a significant amount of time, right?
Well, for the one that's in the M2 that
That's what I meant, the M2. My apologies.
Uh, that's going to be about 3 years, start to finish,
Okay,
because that's why we did it in different segments. So when we can time everything out as our stockpile starts to get low, we could open up another cut.
okay. And then some of this equipment can be used for the 640 also?
Absolutely. Everything that's, some of the prices on here are kind of shocking. But as you see, it's not only the upfront pricing, but we can keep that on a lease for 3 years and either roll that into a final purchase at the end, or we could just give it on back. If something falls through with that, we're not stuck with this machinery. But in
Right.
the meantime, we can actually utilize it for these projects and still have, considerable savings over what we would be purchasing that. for.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
In
all
the
this
event of-
machinery would be capable of excavating that impoundment.
Sure. In the event of leasing and then possibly purchasing down the road, obviously you guys are going to sit down and really throw some numbers around to see what would be the best savings are, trying to predict that. If we were to buy this equipment and you just mentioned something about, not being stuck with it, obviously there's people out there that want it. Would we be able to sell in the event that we're completely done with it?
Once we are completely done with everything, we have an excellent track record of surplusing our equipment. We use GovSource and we just sold $200,000 worth of equipment that we had here that were deemed surplus by the board. From dump trucks to skid steers to, some of our older boom mowers. There is a market for it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And we do quite well with it because companies like to see, a governmental agency because they know the repairs and the maintenance and the upkeep are done correctly.
Okay. Do you have, as far as owning insurance prices on these?
The insurance is actually what I rolled into, and I can get that for you in detail,
Okay.
but it's typically 17% of the cost of the new machine. And that is fuel, that is upkeep, and that is your insurances on that as well. So there's a couple websites in there that you can plug everything into, and it will spit you out a formula to show that. But it's typically 17% of
Okay.
the actual upfront new costs for repair, insurance, and maintenance.
Great. Thank you very much.
So kind of was interesting. We found what 20 feet deep of limestone in the 640. Is that what you're saying? So what would be the plans for that? What we'll be using? Would that be for rock for our roads? Is that what you're?
A portion of that material will be used to construct the levee itself. Some of that would be used because we do have a couple features in there that we would need aggregates for bedding stone and whatnot. Yeah, the rest of that could be used or for the roads out here as well. Once we're done with the cutting the M2, absolutely, it is, like I said, I have all the backup on here. I didn't want to put a 35-page engineering report in there. I just took the picture with the cheddar in it and showed you, and looking at all the borings, I had to go back and reread everything. I glanced over initially and said, okay, yeah, this is great. We do have rock in there. This is good material for use not only in the levee, but for other products. But that green strata in there, yeah, that's the cheddar. That is a hard limestone that goes down from -10 to about a minus 25 in some spots. So it's 10 to 20 feet in some areas. I'm averaging just about 10 feet through all of it. Like I said, if you were to pull all that, crush it and sell it commercially, it would be over $150 million.
And how many trucks are you looking at either leasing or purchasing?
Just 2 for right now. Yeah, that's a cycle time that works out for everything. With the tonnage, we're looking to cut out a 30-ton rock truck and a 20-day work month with actually 9-hour haul day. It equates to 22 loads per truck per day, which is quite feasible.
Per truck per day? And we're going to be holding all that material at the M2 area, right? That's where that's going to be held, or where are we going to hold all the excavated material?
Right there, yes, it would be stored at the M2 until we need it.
That's all I have for right now.
The permit for the M2 impoundment. What was it permitted for?
I guess that doesn't move.
Only-
New
That's
microphone.
right, yeah.
The South Florida water management permit was permitted for water management purposes, flood control. Is that the question you're asking?
Yeah. So the original plan for excavation of the M2, what did that include and has that been accomplished?
It was a perimeter, internal perimeter canal with a levee, so that was accomplished a long time ago. This excavation expands the capacity of storage, which is above and beyond the permit because you store more in void space than you do in soil. It's about 8 inches of soil storage for 4 feet of soil. So you gain quite a bit of storage. So it's helping the, what is that, 2,700 acre M2 area.
Okay. So based on the historical pictures that Mr. Robinson showed, if it was 2,700 originally, do you have an idea of where we're at today?
So the 2,700 acres is the area it serves. The impoundment's about 120 acres, probably about 100 acre effective. 80
That's
acres,
about correct.
100 acres effective. Probably somewhere around 40 acres additional area has been excavated above water.
Currently, yes.
Okay. So the average elevation in there should be around 1920 NGVD, and you're storing down to at highest 17.5 and even more with our current permit. So you're getting 2.5 more feet of, storage of water instead of soil over 40 acres. And if I could do that in my head, 40 times 2.5 is, well, let's use 2 because you're losing some of this. So you're getting around 80 acre feet extra storage currently. 80 acre feet. In other words, over 80 acres, you could have a foot of water. That's a lot of water.
So Mary, correct me if I'm wrong. Who paid for the M2 impoundment to purchase it and build it? Okay, but it wasn't paid by all of the taxpayers of the district, correct?
I'm really not, I can't recall. So I'm not really.
Can you
capable-
please verify that? I mean, we're not authorized to charge other people for drainage. I don't pay for the M1 drainage. So it's my recollection that the M2 was paid for by the M2 landowners.
I think that's a correct assumption.
Okay. So my argument, and Rob, we've had this discussion before, the problem I have here is that we have been for years excavating material impacting the M2 area, the M2 people, taxpayers are paying for it, and they're not being compensated for it. So correct me if I'm wrong, has the M2 landowners been compensated for anything here?
Well, if, what, I understand where you're going. But there, if we can do a cost benefit, if the board directs the engineer to do a cost benefit analysis, then we can topo what is current. And then they can do a cost benefit analysis on what the additional water storage capability would be above what it was originally proposed for.
Okay, but it's not just simply the benefit of the water, which is great. I mean, we can use extra storage, but anybody who understands the M2 understands that that actually doesn't benefit everybody in the M2. Okay. For example, it doesn't impact anybody that's on the east side of Seminole Pratt that is south of Sycamore, and it doesn't impact anybody that is south of West Island Black, where I am, all the way to Harlena. But yet we all pay for the M2. So there's a bit of inequity there. In addition to that, if you're doing any kind of calculation, you have to consider the fact that we've been paying for the impact on all our roads over there by all these trucks and the residents. You said that, you know, there hasn't been any impacts, but the residents have been complaining about the amount of trucks coming and going from the M2 impoundment and the impact on the roads. And in particular, we're stockpiling millings there. In addition to the excavating of material, we're serving the whole district for the stockpiling of the millings, which brings up a whole other concern that people have because we are on wells. And I haven't gotten a definitive answer, but are we actually testing every single load that is coming into us on millings?
Testing every single, as far as for what?
For the millings that are coming in, are we testing them for contaminants? I mean, how do we know?
We do have a testing lab that comes out there and periodically samples the material.
So we're not
for the
doing every
quality.
load.
Well, no, we're not doing every load.
Okay. And so I have a bit of a problem with the idea of starting to turn into a dumping site for millings, or for asphalt, because I do think that that creates some environmental issues that we would need to address. It's a whole other can of worms that we may not want to go down. The next thing is that you said that it would take 3 years to do the M2 in the 5 cells. Does that include doing the surrounding the perimeter canal?
No,
For-
it does not. It is strictly limited to those 3 cells that were outlined in the first slide.
Okay, but you also said that the perimeter canals could go deeper, that there's more material in there as well as the original.
That is correct.
Okay. And
while you're doing that project for the next 3 years, and you're stockpiling that material, where then is any millings or other stockpiling going to happen? in the district?
Everything that, the millings that are currently in there. So right now, we are not hauling directly millings into the M2. That was I'll call it our need a penny, take a penny pile. In the event that we were doing large projects, we stockpiled in there because we either got a really good deal on it or, we didn't have anything directly to haul to. What we're doing now, because we do have the 2 milling screws, we're hauling directly on site. So that is saving, hauling costs in and out as well. So we're trying to lessen the impact of truck traffic in there. And I understand.
Thank you. I
get-
appreciate you bringing that up
I-
because
I
people have
do-
complained about the inefficiency of that as
I
well.
field
Yeah.
those calls and it's been, since we have the trucks route established now, a lot less than it has been in the past.
Yeah.
I know one resident, he has me on speed dial. So we are definitely trying to, circumvent any trucks coming directly in there.
I appreciate you mentioning that. Because it does seem like inefficient use of money, time, impacts, you name it. So my next concern is if it takes 3 years to do the other 3 cells, and we're justifying the costs that we'll use this equipment in the M1 expansion, the 640, which is very important, probably more important than the M2. And so I'm concerned about delaying the M1 3 years. On the flip side of that, I'm concerned about whether or not we actually meet the escrow requirements, because part of the escrow requirements was actually that we have our financing in place, how we're paying for it. And so how do we prove that if we're doing it in-house? And I guess this is something that I want you all to be considering and have an answer to when this comes back to the board, because I think it's very important that if we're talking about that as a benefit, that we actually know that it's a benefit, that we can accomplish it. The next part is, like, do we really have 3 years to delay that project? You know, I'd like to start the M1, the 640 tomorrow. We need to start it. This is one of the things that, you know, is the only thing that we really have that we can do to improve drainage in the M1 basin. And it's more important now today than it's ever been. And it's becoming even more of a crisis situation, in my opinion, because of factors we don't control. So, what is the possibility? I guess you may not be able to answer this, but what is the possibility of us getting to a point where we can shift our focus and do the 640 acres, make that our priority?
So outlined in the in the escrow, and Mr. Palin can I reread this several times. What is outlined in there, the device needed for that needs to be written in, the funding needs to be written into the water control plan.
I'm glad you brought that up.
And that's it.
So Mary, why haven't we had the water control plan amendment come to before the board? Because we've been asking for this since, I don't know how many times we've asked for this, but we've asked for it a lot. Why has this not come to the board for us to get that done? To do an amendment to the water control plan?
To do it, I think, so we would be able to have the access for the 640 acres, and I'm going to defer to Frank.
I'll have to go back and look at the agreement in detail. I haven't looked at it in a while.
It's
But I
my
mean- but in
understanding we
terms of
can't get
fig-
financing if it's not in a water control plan. So it's like going around in circles here.
But there was a cost involved too with starting that process. And I
Okay.
think that was also a component, but if you're asking the question, we can certainly check on it.
Well, what I'd like is for the board to give direction again to get this done, make it a priority. The drainage for the M1 basin is a priority. There's nothing else more important. We have to get this done. So I'd like to see us give that direction again and get it done. It shouldn't take that long. I know we had discussions about M1 and M2 being combined in one. But again, this is an M1 project and it needs to be completed.
Through the chair, just quickly, so even if we were ready to go with this, we'd still have to give the farm or GL, I think, a 1 year lead time.
Yes.
Reason why I think we were looking at the M2 is this cost increase for rock goes into effect basically now. And we were trying to look at ways to save money in during this current fiscal year, as well as in the next couple of fiscal years until we do get the 640 to an operational standpoint. And if that, at that point, if the board would like to move it to 640, I'm all for it because I want to get the 640 moving as soon as we can.
So, and I appreciate that. My next thing is going to be, we don't have to do everything that you've proposed in M2. We could focus on excavating deeper, as you suggested, for the perimeter canal and what's already been done. And how long would that take?
It's far easier to excavate those 3 cells up there because it's dry land. I would not have to put coffer dams in there. You really lose efficiency when you're trying to dewater anything over that amount with this volume of pumps. Then our dewatering cost goes up. I mean, there's still, a lot of room in there, but I base my perspectives off of this. But going back to the permitting, some of the mechanisms that had to be in place for us to actually even consider the water control plan as one was the ground geologically suitable enough to begin that. And we just had allocations. The board directed us to move forward with the investigations to get that land primed and ready to go into permitting. So we had the geo report done and that came back this winter. So with the engineers, the geo engineers report on that came up with the modeling and everything that would prove that we could in fact do the impound expansion there. So from there, the next phase is to go on into the design and then the permitting.
But my concern is who's paying for that right now? It's not in any water control plan, but we're doing work.
We do have the budget set aside for the geo. And that's one thing that we're gonna have to look at as far as the next year's budget to get the design ready as well. And then to move forward with permitting, because permitting is gonna be, as we've seen with some of the other water control projects in here.
Right. So my point is we've really got to get the water control plan amended and get this in there. And again, I think it's great to try to save money, but I think there's some things that have not been accounted for in the cost there, as I expressed, as it relates to the M2. And vice versa, if it's coming from the M1. Obviously, the M1 people that are paying for the M1 640 acres are not going to want their material being sold off and not getting the benefit of it. It needs to be, if they're paying for it, they're getting that money back and it's being applied in the M1. So I think sometimes we get away from those things and it's just really important to make sure that we're all centered and focused and making sure that we're doing that, because I don't want to lose sight of that.
Just one on that. When I was speaking about being able to sell it, whether it's to South Florida Water Management or the FWC, it would be to pay down any bond allocations or any costs related to the development or future dredging of the 640. So it would go back into that 640, not that M2, but 640 for that particular project. So anything we took out of there and sold, we make sure it go back into that, because that's going to be part of our justification when we do have to go either for grants or any type of other funding, outside funding allocations.
So then you agree the same should be done for the M2?
I mean, if that's the way the board wants it, yes, and I think that's
Well,
what we've been trying to do. So.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
And for through the chair with to go back to, I think it was Mr. Basilati. I do have costs that were prepared. Like I said, I didn't want to make this any longer than it had to be. But that's where I based all these numbers. I've got hard numbers in from various suppliers, and that's what is represented in these tables. And then now that I have this finally done, a lot of it was waiting to hear back. I met with people weeks ago, and they're, slowly getting numbers back to me. So I will make this available for not only but the board, but we can put it up there for general public since it is part of the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have two things. One, just so everybody knows, we were also just in Tallahassee for Palm Beach County Days, and one of the things we were asking for were appropriations for the M1 640 acre. So we're hoping that, our government pushes that through, and we get, I think we're asking what, 450,000 with a match on our end of 300 to help us start developing that. So hopefully we can get this moving along. And then my question, when I do this, it'll come back to me. Oh, I know what it was. Motion. So you're looking for a motion to what, to lease, to buy? What are you guys looking for from us specifically?
Through chair, it was to get direction to further pursue this. If the board so entertains to come back with some hard numbers, then we could look at some other issues that Ms. Argue had spelled out and present a proper plan to the board with some hard numbers behind it.
And that would also give us the ability to work with both legal and engineering, which is a cost.
Right, for the water control plan. Thank you. Okay, Rich?
Rob, I was intrigued about when you were talking about the millings and crushing our own millings. If we were able to do that, and I know the district has a plan to hopefully mill every road. We know that's much cheaper than continually maintenance of the dirt roads. Could that speed up the process of getting our roads milled by having a stockpile of millings on hand? And obviously it would be a savings to the taxpayer.
We are only limited by the amount of crews that we have on hand to do the conversion from dirt to millings. So would this speed up the process? It would definitely give us a leg up in cost comparison to what we're currently paying for it.
Okay.
So that cost savings could possibly be directed by the board to offset with additional crews.
Gotcha. Thank you.
To the chair. So I'm good with giving direction for you to come back and with a proposal based on our discussion. But I also would like the board to give direction that we bring back the amendment to the water control plan, adding the 640 acres. And also I'd like to give direction to please review the water control plan and make sure that there's not anything that we're overlooking in the water control plan. That, if we need to amend something and it includes the M2, because as I understand it, they're both in one, but they're separate. So how long do you think you need to bring that back?
defer to staff. I mean, we haven't, our office hasn't been looking at it recently.
So we're just looking, your job is the legal end of modifying the water control plan, right?
Right.
So we have to go through a whole notification period. It's my understanding last time we went through this, we're looking at a year just to do, because it's a major amendment, isn't it?
This would definitely be a major.
Right. So the first part is modifying that water control plan and starting the notification process and the public meetings.
We're gonna have to look at this because we really have not been, I mean, the staff's been doing it, but we have not been pulled into it.
Okay.
So we'll be happy to.
Through
work
the
with
chair,
staff.
if we can, we'll bring it back for the first step in April. But again, I'll defer to legal, but we'll prepare it on our end to do that.
Mary, will that be?
It'd be
Enough
just
time
similar
for-
to what we're just doing for Vintage Oaks.
Mhm.
You go ahead and you, whether we're gonna amend the physical boundaries with the
Mhm.
legal boundaries, and we'll proceed. If it's just amending the water control plan, then that's
And you can have this ready for us for the April meeting?
probably, but I'm just getting thrown this, we'll
Right,
work on
I
it
understand.
certainly.
I understand. And there's a lot of things going on. Patty?
So right now, I think we're saying that the M1 direction to amend the water management should come back on the agenda.
You want to initiate
Yeah.
the
So let's-
640. Is that correct?
That's that's what I'm more comfortable with than giving direction on that, especially since it's a different agenda item that's. So, I'll go ahead and give the motion for direction to staff to pursue and present a proper plan for, this, base rock pricing alternative for the M2.
I have no idea.
No, you were just.
You just
it
said
sounded like you
direction
were
for
clarifying.
proposal. She did start
Yeah.
that.
Okay. So we have a second? Okay. Public comment. Scarlett? Do we have any cards? No cards on this? Okay. You should have had your card in already on this. If you'd like to bring it back up during regular public comment, which is going to be in a few minutes, you can go ahead and fill out a card and just speak on that. You're welcome. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I see that it passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Rob, for your presentation. Very informative. We appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item 8, other governmental updates. Jay, you're up.
I'm sorry, we were still discussing.
I understand.
The current M1 basin, just to follow up, does not include that area, so the legal description of 640 has to be added to the basin, and we'll have to get with,
That's, yeah,
we'll have to get with legal and administration to see what the process needs to be
thank you.
and what the first resolution would be. All of the DROs that have been reviewed have been outside of our active units and actually outside of the legislative boundaries, in fact. So there has been nothing new. There's a lot of activity on new units, 23, 24, 20. Rolling is 20,
23,
23, 24 is Vintage Oaks,
yes.
and there's another one coming. Oh, the 19C is in process as well. That was the one that was the 4-story, 5-story, whatever. But there aren't other government updates relative to Palm Beach County.
Thank you. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jay, is 19C the old post office location? That's on the,
Yes.
east side, okay. And what, I'm curious about is the property that's at the corner of 140th and what is that?
Hamlin, North Lake,
North Lake, yeah. Is it 140th?
it's to the east of
Yeah.
140.
Yeah. Is that included in that unit 19? Because we had divided it up into A, B, and C. Is it included in
Yes,
one of those?
yes.
And wasn't that supposed to be wetlands? That was and conservation lands?
Yes, there's a portion of it that was wetlands and they processed through the appropriate agencies. Some of it remains as wetlands, some of it, it's a way to mitigate. I'm not sure what they did, but yes, it was designated wetland. Some of it is preserved too, as wetland.
And yet they're still they're putting apartment buildings there, right? No,
Yes.
this is the new. The new.
Yes, there's,
apartment.
This is the one that's
It hasn't
nearly
come before us
400,
yet.
300 to 400 units
Right.
just east of 140th between Hamlin and North Lake. And
Is that with the cold pool and the hot pool? Is that this one that we're talking about?
Yes. I believe it was before Palm Beach Gardens recently on their agenda. Anyway, I wanted to clarify whether or not that was included in do you know which unit it is? Because I didn't remember it going that far west.
yes, I think that one's 19B if I recall.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public input. This is for anything that is not on an agenda item for this evening. Do we have cards?
Hernan G?
For your time. Good evening. My name is Hernan Guerrero, address 20231 Antoinette Street. This was about the base rock topic that you guys just finished talking about. I wanted to give you some food for thought. I know we deferred to April, but for staff to maybe have some ideas in terms of this. I know after coming to several meetings, money is always a problem in most things and in every part of the district. I understand that the M2 is its own thing. I do think that ITID currently has capital because we all pitch in that can be taken to all ITID territory. But I was thinking for food for thought for you guys to take into consideration, maybe the people in the M2 to be taken care through road treatment, making sure trucks aren't ruining the roads, that maybe they can continue a good lifestyle to their properties, but we can still take advantage of this almost literal gold mine that Rob has brought to us. And another idea is subcontract the road milling, since you guys have so much on your plate and I know staff and labor is short. Maybe you can sub out the millings, you'd get through faster. You'd maybe make more money becoming a mining company and being able to sell the base rock, all the meanwhile still getting your priorities done to us taxpayers. I think that this could lead to bigger grants as well, since if you become successful with this mining operation, you can make some revenue selling the base rock. Following that, you'd have more cash flow, which you can match with more grants, and then you can boost even more things to do around the district. These are all things that I wanted just to plant seeds into your minds, especially staff, since we're going to revisit in April. And then maybe you can come up with something even better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reminding everybody, and I forgot. Miss Davis.
Quinesta Nieves, 8692, 140th Avenue North. I have some issues with, I think it's Comcast. They dug up and they took all the grass and they have not replaced grass. They put the box there. It's on 140th and 87th Street North. I'm right there on the corner. That's on the east side. The box is there, but they pulled up all the grasses. We tried to put some plugs there, but it looks horrible. If something can be done about that, I really would appreciate it. And also, I know that you all always have grants if you guys can get more grants to help us. And I don't know if you have lobbyists, if that is so, if, First Amendment is the lobbyist to the state. If they can really start pushing for more grants and more monies from the state, from the federal government, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Hollingsworth?
Dawn Hollingsworth, 13478 67th Street North. I'm here tonight to make comments on the service provider agreement with AAL. I know you are tired of the subject, but here's what I have uncovered. I did a records request on January 15th and received the documents on March 7th. My request was for all documents related to the SPA with AAL. AAL was to provide ITID the following. Certificate of insurance for every year. They only provided one for 2024 and 2025. They never provided automobile insurance, which was required per the SPA. They were to provide board meeting minutes. They provided these from 2 meetings for a 7-year period of time. They were to provide written job duties and job descriptions for each position that AAL had on the board, and they were never provided. They were to provide prior year's financial statements. They were never provided. The SPA states that a detailed annual financial report shall be provided to the Director of Parks by the first Tuesday in July, following the conclusion of the program. This was never provided. IRS Form 990, they were never provided. Did they even do tax returns? I guess we won't know. The SBA specified AAL to retain an independent public accountant. The AAL treasurer worked at the CPA's office who did their taxes. That is clearly not an independent CPA, and it's a conflict of interest. At the very least, an audit should have been performed every 2 years while under an SPA. This is a small sampling of documents that were never obtained. All of these documents were to be provided to ITID in a timely manner before the beginning of activities, and they weren't. The summary of this is this. Mostly prior boards, but this board as well, did not require AAL to adhere to the requirements of your own SPA. All board members, but specifically Ms. Argue, because she has been the longest standing board member to deal with AAL and the SPAs, have been grossly negligent to their constituents and community members. And this community is lucky that there were no major accidents or incidents to put all of us in jeopardy for a financial legal matter.
Thank you.
Patricia Osler.
Name's Patricia Ogier. I live at 12861 58th Place North, underneath the power lines. My concern
I'm
is.
sorry, excuse me. Could you just get a little closer to the mic?
My
Thank you.
concern is, we were told that there's going to be an equestrian trail / bicycle trail / pedestrian trail underneath the power lines. We were not informed of this until recently. I requested minutes on the meetings when this was discussed. I received very few minutes. You know, I received the minutes on how you obtain the properties, but there's nothing on how the equestrian trail is going to be done. Other than there was one on April 17th, 2024 that I believe Burgess suggested putting a fence along the 130th Canal. That was the only thing that had anything to do with the equestrian trail. And then if this equestrian trail is going to happen, who's going to maintain it? Who's going to clean up everything? there's a lot of hazards to do with horse manure. And those are my concerns.
Thank you.
Alan Osler,
I too have. My name is Alan Ogier. I live at 12861 58th Place North. And my question is about the same thing, the proposed equestrian trail under the FPL easement from 60th to Persimmon. And I was wondering what the proposed budget is for this project. And I was wondering if you got the grant yet. You said that you might be getting a grant. And I was wondering if you have any drawings for this proposal, like what you're actually gonna do. And did you get the permits? And like my wife said, why wasn't anybody notified of this? I mean, I see projects that are happening and they put signs up that this is gonna happen on this project, on this property. And I was wondering when you're gonna get started. That's basically my questions. I know you haven't got time to answer them all, but I would like to get all the answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Yecker,
My name is Mike Becker. I live 12677 56 Place North. Under the power lines, my concerns are the same as theirs. But get a notice a couple months ago that basically get everything off the right of ways. Nobody tells you why or how come. So I came down here and talked to you folks. And Burgess. And he kind of explained a little bit that they're gonna put a equestrian trail down here, goes from 7 to 60th Street. And there's no input from anybody, nobody was informed. We went around, I got a petition here, from all the folks that are on both sides of the right of way. Nobody knows anything about this, we're all shocked as we are about this, how did this come to be? Who orchestrated this, you know, I mean, where did you get the land? I bought the land in 83, I built my house in 93, I've got an FPL easement that says I can do anything with that right of way. I guess somewhere along the line, you guys is kind of something and acquired the easement in 2001. Nobody was notified about it. If there's an opportunity to acquire the easement, I'd like to buy it. But how does all this come about? They've requested records on all the meetings and stuff relating to this. There's nothing. It's all minimal. It's like all this is under the table. I request that you put this on hold for the time being, or actually not even, you know, consider it. It's a poor planning all the way across. I don't know if any of y'all own horses or not, but nobody's gonna ride a horse down there and cross 10 roads to go home for 10 blocks. People with horses don't put their horses on asphalt. It's a safety issue. But along that lines, that I'd like you to table this and revisit it and, you know, put it out for some discussion. Was there any kind of vote on this? I mean, we got 29, they told me it impacts 29 lots. I got a petition here for most of the folks there. Everybody's in disagreement with this. They do not want it. And I don't know what avenues we have to go next to, you know, put a stop to this possible or reconsider another location. I know that the talk was down along 130th along the M1 canal and the N canal. There's already a equestrian trail along 60th Street. There'd be nothing for it to go along the canal at 130th. Why would you go through 29 people's properties and impact? You know, the way a lot of these properties are set up, I got an acre here, transmission right away and a half acre. You've blocked me from getting access to my half acre, and I have to come out of my property, go across, down the street, put a culvert in a fence to access that piece of property where I got my horse farm. And I'm not the only one, there's quite a few people down there that are impacted like this. And I don't see any cost benefit. They're talking $500,000 to put this in. Who's gonna use it? And is it an equestrian trail? Is it a hiking trail? Is it an exercise trail? What is actually going in there? You all have a plan. Is there actually a plan that we propose to build this? And this is what we're putting in here. This is what it's gonna look like. Nobody told us anything. Nobody's given us anything. You know, I guess about 3 minutes away.
Thank you. Do you have the petition? Could
Yes,
you
I can.
give it to Scarlett to file? Thank you.
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
And I'm not sure
I'll
exactly
second.
who I need to be talking to.
No.
You're on 61st, okay?
No, I'm not.
The address I saw for you was on 63.
No, that's this address.
Oh,
yeah.
never mind. Okay,
Okay.
I'm not sure which one you need to talk to independently or.
I'll be happy to call you this week.
Okay, very good.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Through the chair.
we have them.
I'll make the second.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor. for this
To
receipt.
receive and file.
I have a question, because I questioned this, I think it was at the last meeting, we had the grant on the agenda, is that correct? Do we have the design for what was included for that grant, or what was the grant for the actual design?
So, number one, let me step back here. Sorry. thought
And
that
I
was-
know we,
Yeah, so part of this came from the district-wide mobility plan, and we started that, back in 2019, basically, and held several meetings with that. So first leg of this, I'll let Mr. Robinson or Ms. Cantley talk about the grant, was to do that. Our primary mission right now is it is not right of way, it is real property that we own and that we have liability when other people store horses, animals, drain into that property. It is our liability and code violations at the county level that we get for unpermitted structures, fences, things of that nature. So we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do last summer. And just quickly, we actually sent the notifications out to all the homeowners last summer to please remove. Then we delayed and we waited and we sent out another one a few months ago. And some of them asked for an extension. So we waiting until the end of, basically March to begin the process. So, yeah. So, but I'll let him talk more about the grant. So we do not have a full plan for that, but it was discussed in the mobility plan, as I explained to Mr. Robinson. That the plan is to have a trail there that would be multimodal, pedestrian, bicyclist, and equestrian.
Good, Chair. I have two other questions. So, as I recall, with the mobility plan, we had a lot of public meetings that were publicly noticed, right?
Yes.
Including, wasn't there a formal notice that went to every household?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and so we did go through that process and we did have discussions about horse trails. There was a whole horse trail component of that. And then the next question, if you can send the documents to all of the board, because I've been curious as well about how it is that the district did get that land. And apparently we have some minutes or some documentation evidencing or the history, or maybe Frank, you want to share that with us, but I would like to see the documentation because I have not yet seen that. So thank you.
If you like, that. It's on. That parcel has a colorful history. It was never, it is not an FP&L parcel. It was a strip of land that was reserved by the original developers, who were a group that purchased the land or obtained the land from Royal Palm Beach County or Mr. Friedland, who developed the acreage. And it's in Unit 14. Unit 14 is an unusual, the whole 1 square mile is an unusual parcel. It's the only unit in the district that was not developed by Royal Palm Beach County. They used the model of Royal Palm Beach County. Basically, they were selling lots on contract back in the early 1970s, I think, or late 1960s. They couldn't develop that parcel because of the power lines. Basically, Palm Beach County wouldn't have allowed them to build houses under power lines, but they owned the fee. And then it was basically forgotten about for a number of years, and the developers disappeared, had sold all the lots that they had sold, and the land sat there. Nobody paid property tax on it for a very long time. Palm Beach County ended up taking the property uh, because of, on a tax deed, basically, for failure to pay property taxes. And so Palm Beach County was the owner of that parcel in the 1980s. No, just the strip. It's like, I can't remember what the exact number of acres it is, but it's a strip of land that was owned by Palm Beach County. At that time, Indian Trail was in the process of negotiating with Palm Beach County over Unit 11, way up to the north. Palm Beach County wanted to acquire Indian Trail's road easements and drainage easements in Unit 11. So these two processes are going on. Palm Beach County is taking this parcel for back taxes, and they're negotiating with Indian Trail to get Indian Trail to abandon all of its road easements and all of its canal easements up in Unit 11. And a deal was cut between Indian Trail and Palm Beach County. Indian Trail had a number of uncollected assessments in unit. Lots have been sold in Unit 14. The county was going to acquire all these scattered lots by eminent domain. But they were subject to Indian Trail's unpaid assessments. The county wanted Indian Trail to abandon or give up its right to collect on any of those unpaid assessments. And they said, well, as compensation, we'll give you this parcel, this big long strip of land. And Indian Trail agreed. At the time, the board felt that it was in the interest of Indian Trail to acquire, no funds were, direct funds were transferred to Palm Beach County to acquire the property. But as part of this arrangement, Indian Trail gave, there's another agreement, interlocal agreement between Indian Trail and Palm Beach County that essentially says that Indian Trails, which resolved the issues up in Unit 11 on the abandonment of the rights of way, and Indian Trail giving up its uncollected assessments in return for Indian Trail taking title to this parcel land that Palm Beach County didn't want because Palm Beach County had no reason to hold on to the property. So Indian Trail acquired the property by a tax deed transfer, like a quitclaim deed from Palm Beach County to Indian Trail. And there it sat for many years without any real plan. But it's a parcel of land that's owned in fee, subject to an easement for the power line. So FP&L, as far as I know, never had any ownership interest in this parcel. It just had an easement to put its power line over. The underlying fee was first this private development company that disappeared and stopped paying taxes on it. Now, if you look at these lots, that are adjacent on either side of that abut the 140 acres. If you go back and look at the original plot plan for Unit 14, there are a number of weird lots that were created by the original developer. So someone just drew a line diagonal through these lots, through this whole parcel. And they've got like a main lot on the west and a little piece over on the east side. So up and down that whole parcel, those lots have always been separated on. And I'm sure that if the folks who have these lots would go back and look at their title, what they actually purchased had nothing to do with had no interest whatsoever in the intervening parcel. Well,
it's not something that that we can, in terms of our policies, it's not something that we can continue to ignore. As I recall, how this came to our attention several years ago was we had a matter with someone who decided to build pig pens. And there was a bunch of pigs that people claimed had been abandoned or were not properly being taken care of. And it became a big issue. And we discovered then that this was now our problem and it needed to be resolved. And it just so happened that it coincided with where we were planning on putting a future equestrian trail. So, anyway, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any more comments? Comment cards? No. Okay. Does anybody need a break before we move on? Anybody want a break before we move on? Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back with our next item. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for the little break. We're gonna now, excuse me, gentlemen. Gentlemen. Thank you. If you want to continue the conversation, please, by all means, you could step out, no problem, or after. Thank you. We're going to move on to Facilities, Parks and Recreation, item number 10 on our agenda. We have a, excuse me. Thank you. We have a presentation by the Facilities, Parks and Recreation Department regarding the district's parks infrastructure. Mr. Lawrence?
Good evening, Board of Supervisors, professional staff, general public. So tonight, to try to simplify what could be like hours and hours and hours of conversation, I've shortened it down to, we're gonna do this in two parts. There's gonna be a photo slideshow to kind of visualize what's going on in the district. And then there's a second part that's gonna be a cost estimate that's gonna kind of explain where the district sits at this point. But I do want to give everybody an update real quick. As of Friday, we did receive the permit for the artificial turf field. So that is going to go on the road. I am with the engineer, or not the engineers, but the project managers and the schedulers tomorrow to figure out when they're going to start. This is basically what the south expansion will look like once this project's done. All right, let's go into photos. So I have a few photos basically from each location. A lot of these have been shared with the budget items and everything that we've discussed in the past. This is the, one of the issues that we had at the lighting for the football fields. Break, it actually took out 4 light poles. We are dealing with the same situation on South Expansion right now. Fortunately, South Expansion is warranted by Musco when they originally installed, so they're taking care of that. But we had to actually rewire these 4 poles. It wasn't just like a simple thing. That was what caused that issue back in the day when we had all those complaints about the lights. This is the football concession. That was one of the issues that we had over there. I'm just going to show a couple structural pictures of it. There's a lot of rust that's happening around the actual structure itself. It is in the budget, or not in the budget, but it is in the cost estimate. It's one of the items we'd want to replace. So when we redid the fields, I did notice that the football goalposts were starting to rust pretty bad. We did repaint them at that point and cleaned up the rust, but they're getting to a point where we do need to start looking at actually replacing them. They average about $2,500 a piece. So that is something that we'll have to look at. Another item is the scoreboards. This is scoreboards. There's 7 of them. There's 4 in baseball, 3 in football. This is a picture of basically what's happening throughout the district. It's not just this park at ACP. The dugouts are getting destroyed pretty much from vandalism. Kids go up there and they pick the shingles, pick the target, they're down to the wood. So it takes out the wood, and it also takes out the fascia over time as well. So it has caused a lot of damage throughout the district. This is the top deck of the stairs over at the press box. This would be the side that we would recommend actually doing the chairlift, or like the ADA compliant lift. This one's in pretty bad shape. It's worse than the other side. Here's the stairs to that location. This is the interior of the press box. Okay, so this picture, we're going to go into a little bit of the ADA compliance and kind of explain what's happening there. This is kind of like walking up into this area. The area that I have, that you'll see the level pictures are, they're surrounding the actual press box itself. To be compliant, the cross slope basically has to be no more than 2%. It has to be less than 2%. You average out there was, the lowest was 4%. It went as high as in some. Now, if it was a run coming up to it, it may be a different story, but because of the way the press box was designed, everything was basically across it. So if somebody's in a wheelchair trying to go around it, they could potentially.
If you can just clarify that a little bit more, so So when you talk about a run, it's straight to a door or with
Correct.
rails?
Correct. So in a run situation, there's two different versions. You've got one with railings, and you've got one that would just be without railings. So you can't be more than 5% on a run straight for no railings. But if you do have railings, you can go up to like 8.5. In this situation, we don't really have that first one that came up into it. It's still there. You couldn't even get to the bathrooms. So it's still full. So there's nothing out there would be functional. Okay, so I'm going to show you some interior photos soon, but this right here is it's right underneath the air handler. So they used to have a little pan that collected the water. You're going to see a lot of damage that was done to the garage right below that, basically from water damage that built up over time. This whole area would have to get changed. Those pictures are in the performance. This right here is a photo of the downstairs concession items that would have to be cleaned up. Here's some of the termite damage that was during that time. The termites have been mediated. There's no more termites there, but we now have to look at the damage that was there. The original proposal was to pretty much take up the subfloor at least a few feet out until we stop seeing this. From what we've observed so far, it appears that most of that damage was on the east side of the building. It includes downstairs in the bathrooms. This is that bottom part of the garage I was just mentioning. We're going to deal with a little bit of mold remediation. We'll have to deal with some water damage. There might be some wood rot that's going to be present that we'll have to correct. I'm going to actually recommend that we just take down the rest of the drywall just to put in new insulation. Something else that I noticed recently is the amphitheater. It's getting to be that time we have to start resealing. When you start to look up close, you're starting to see it crack. It's no longer, the sun is basically baking it to a point where it's starting to separate, and that could be a possible issue if we don't address it soon. Something else that maybe Jay and Rob, your guys' opinion of it. I'm not sure if these are water leaks, potentially from the roof, or if it's just standing on the wood. Originally, I was thinking it was roof leaks, but it is something else we have to look at. Again, another shot of the amphitheater. The playground over there has some minor issues with the turf. There's some areas that are gonna have to get glued down. I did notice that's kind of a big problem throughout the district, is a lot of that starting to fail. So at the very least, those areas should be replaced. Some shots of admin. Admin, for the most part, is in pretty good shape. The suppression system's in pretty good shape. There's one that we have to deal with out there. That's nothing big deal. The AC system was recently replaced throughout the whole district. The only AC unit that we still need to replace would be plus box at this point, but everything else has new units that are less than 2 years old. Just the outside of the building. Generator. We did recently put LED lights out front, so it is a little there, if you noticed. Something else that we may want to consider eventually upgrading, because we've had a lot of issues, is the portable bathroom over at Bob Hallful. It's starting to get hard to get parts for this. This item is not easy to get parts for. It does get vandalized quite a bit. They've ripped off doors. They've lit the bathroom on fire. They've yanked toilets. I mean, we deal with some issues with this thing. I don't know if it's capable of move anymore. We would have to check out the axles and everything else. The pumps, you're going to see quite a bit of this throughout the district. Almost pretty old. They'll range anywhere from $2,500 to $4,500 to replace one. And that's just the material. This is a roof repair we had to do from vandalism issues, working through the same thing. The kids were out there taking the shit every day for every fall. A lot of, and I didn't take pictures for all of it to try to show this, but this is a lot of the exercise equipment, condition. A lot of this stuff is we're talking about parks and built in 1992, so this stuff's up. Citrus actually is in pretty good shape. Didn't see any major issues there. It is fading a little bit from the sun. It's got tree coverage there, so I don't know if a cell shade would necessarily help, but it might. This is that field that we were talking about upgrading to more of like a multi-purpose field. That would be something that people would know basically more. The field itself's in pretty good shape. You can use some new grass and some irrigation. Same thing, pavilion, you have areas that are constantly being touched. Vandalism, something else we may want to consider. One of the access points the kids have to get up there is this one. Get on the wall, climb up to the top, and just hanging out up there, causing damage. It may be something we may want to.
It was probably to keep the doors open to block a view. I'm guessing, I don't know that it's necessary, keeps the doors closed.
Issues with it. We had issues with down south where people would go to the bathroom right behind it. But it's also blocking some of the camera views for somebody could get attacked. So for us, it makes more sense for more than one reason just to remove those. And since the bathrooms themselves, technically, there's not necessarily a male or female's bathroom, they both could be used. Because there's gonna be we don't, but we can add that to do that, so it's not a problem. There is some photos in here that you may have seen from ACP that actually I think they're on the flash drive. They're rotted out. These doors are done. They're steel doors. And we're talking 2-3 inches, sharp edges. People could cover some serious issues. Same thing. Just looking at farm. Obviously, everybody knows where we're sitting. This is after the hurricane. Unfortunately, it's like a blank slate at this point. What's left of the pier. Now we did finish up all of our paperwork with FEMA, so the process has been started. We are trying to get about 801,000 for this park. Whether or not we get it, well, they did allow me to use the original site plan for this park. So when I walked it off and counted the amount of trees that were missing on that site plan, we're talking 107 trees. So I did get estimates from Juniper for that, for replacements, and that's a part of that estimate. So we're gonna try to put it back to the original condition if possible. See where they are here. This was what the pier actually looked like before the storm. Yeah. With the way we set this up, because I don't know if you guys have seen it in the past, but the fountain itself was actually off center. It was never put in the center of the lake. When we had it redone, we put it in the center. So as you're standing right here, it would be right in the middle. So you would see it and it actually lights up. It really looked nice. Ultimately. Yeah. This was the original pier.
Just quickly, Ken,
Mhm.
on this FEMA request, it's also taken on topsoil. So I think that's important to explain that for the
Correct.
public, just why we don't want people in there.
So as Burgess was mentioning, because of the truck and all the other debris that was thrown around the park, the only way could really guarantee public safety out there would be to remove 2 inches of soil. They did allow us to add that to that request. So basically be scraping the whole thing. It would get a new sidewalk around. Our fight on that is when we're doing the repairs, we're damaging everything. So to bring it back to what it needs to be, you're gonna have to replace these items. So it would basically be a brand new park once it's done. It includes the park.
I'm sorry. It was a contractor truck, so there were box blades, screws, things like that all over the place. So that's why I wanted to bring it up, because there's no way you can metal detect all that. It's a safety issue.
Thank you.
Some more of that. Okay, so same issue here, Downers Park. As you notice, the top dugout, same thing. Every single dugout basically throughout the district needs to have them. This is the underneath, some of the fascia, some of the underhang. This is the current playground that's over there. Now, we do have grant funding to replace this. The board's okay with it. We would like to actually remove this sooner than later because it does have some major safety issues here. There's areas where you could literally fall through at this point. This is downwards. This is the same situation that we ran into at the Florence game, which is why we removed that. That one actually was worse than this. This is Hamlin House on the western side of the wall. Another area that's gonna have to get addressed. Fortunately, at this point, I haven't seen any water intrusion on the inside. But there's obviously going to be some siding and some insulation work. Again, the pumps throughout I haven't seen any termites. We've been okay there, fortunately, considering everything. The pumps, irrigation pumps throughout the district. There's no. This is one of the barns, the larger barn. Now I have thousands of photos, but this kind of paints a picture. The roof of there shows. And there's some areas that are just as bad. And the smaller one, same thing. The water system that we have there, that also needs an improvement. It's on its last leg. It's functioning, but we are getting some estimates to see what we could do with it. Kidscape Park. This is kind of what I was mentioning before. Playgrounds themselves for most of the parks, if we get parts, are okay. Probably get a couple more years, but the actual matting, like the turf itself, we need to look at something replace that. Not only for aesthetics, but safety as well. Because if somebody were to fall on it, the impact rating is not there, we're going to have an issue there too. Because the first thing somebody's going to do is go out there and touch it. It's basically attached around. So these climbers, this is where I started to have issues with getting supplies there. I did manage to get 100 of these. That's the last 100 in the country. They don't make this. We do have them. I do have probably about 50 more that we can keep replacing these, but once we're done, that apparatus could have to be done. Underneath the playground, it's starting to show. It's starting to get there. It was built in 2012. I do have the dates of all these parks and buildings and stuff. Maintenance building, overall building's in pretty good shape. We did put in there to prep and paint the interior and exterior. It hasn't been done since I've been here. I could use it. So maintenance, Jason's got it in budget already that they're replacing the floor, they're doing the roof, and if there's enough left, they're going to try to go after the windows to get those updated. There is going to be some minor issues underneath the AC system. Now, the two AC systems in this building are brand new. They're only a year old at this point, but same issue as press box. There's water intrusion that got underneath them over time, so there's going to be some damage that's going to have to be repaired. I don't expect it to be too bad in this area, but I mean, every little thing's going to take. This is some of the issues that they're having with the roof, but that's already taken care of. This is, sorry. This is over at Nicole Hornstein. This is the irrigation pump that is running the park. We've been having issues with it lately. Fortunately, staff's been able to keep it alive, keep things going, but another item that we're going to definitely have to start to pay attention to. This is that playground we end up taking down. If you were to step out and push on this, it would actually push down. It was dangerous. If the little kid would have gotten under. So now we're over at Sycamore. The basketball courts, other than resurfacing what's out there, aren't so bad. We could use some new nets and some backboards. Now, pickleball and tennis, it's running into the same kind of issue that we have up in town. The install is basically the same thing. You've got the concrete, it's starting to be bad. In just the 5 years I've been here, I have noticed the difference. The cracking, it's spreading, it's getting to a point where resurfacing it would be a waste of money. We may have to look at other options to repair this correctly. Resurfacing it, just the material, when I estimated Temple for just the pickleball and tennis courts was like $50,000, just because of the sheer size of it. So it's going to get expensive. So if we're going to put that kind of money into it, we got to have the base set for it. Some more of that. Fortunately, Sycamore's playground is still in pretty good shape. Obviously, we have a vandalism issue over there. We need to figure out another solution for sail shade or some kind of shade structure for this park. Unfortunately, the swings are taking a beating from it because of the rubber, but the playground itself is in pretty good shape. I didn't see any other issues there. We do have quotes coming in to put up another sail shade. Hopefully we won't get hit again. Unfortunately, that's $15,000 every time we do that. We did catch 2 of the different cases that hit it last time. There was 4 different times that park was hit. Literally within 2 days after it was hit last time from the repair, the kids went back out there, cut it all up to a point where we couldn't repair it, and then they ended up spraying. So that's why that came down. There's nothing else to it.
Did we get compensated back for that?
I
What
haven't,
happened?
I haven't seen anything come from the state on that one. A lot of these cases get kind of weird because if they get settled, they may work something out with the courts where they pay $50. We won't see that till the end. So that's why the one case with Temple, where we had the fire over there, they offered $1,500, it covered our expenses, and we basically got that one. So we accepted that because we could get it back.
Mm.
But we got that from DCF, so that's where they ended up coming from. But yeah, you're probably about, like Jeff said, about 2 months on average, because they're gonna have to go out, measure it, and then cut it. If they have material on site, they could get it done quickly, but it depends. We're trying to get it done before the summer so that it's something out there. Yeah.
So
Sycamore.
Sycamore's been ordered.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Good. Okay.
Well, I guess where I was leading that, just to jump in, I apologize, is one of the things as we build new playgrounds, I want to just look at a standard size. And we've always tried to do different things at different parks, but I just think we need a standard size. And we just keep a couple of canopies in inventory, or at least one. So we do get something for them. I'll let Kenny talk more about that, but I want to make sure we stress that, because this is gonna continue to probably happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right. Now the guys did, our staff has replaced a lot of the sand and cleaned up Sycamore's volleyball. So this is in really good shape right now. They just finished. So Temple's volleyball court is up and running as well. Speaking of Temple, we've got the basketball courts. Again, it's to a point where doing much with it would be a waste at this point. The pavilion's in pretty good shape, but didn't really notice too much there. But you will see in the cost estimate that a lot of these pavilions and buildings, the roof average is anywhere from 26 to 33 years old currently. There's only been a few that have been replaced. I got all this information from the county site and permitting just to try to get as accurate of information as possible. My fear with the entire infrastructure at this point, everything's basically the same age. So we could be looking at replacing 4 roofs all in the same year if we don't start trying to do something with it now and trying to stay ahead of it. The sidewalks are okay. This is a close-up of basically the different layers. So you had an original layer of concrete, then you had a layer that was, it looks like it was actually surfaced, then asphalt, and then it had like a mesh and then a top coat. And we pressure cleaned it. And this is why I stopped the pressure cleaning a while back. We were getting down to the mesh. So what was already a bad situation was getting worse and making it dangerous for people to even be out there if we were to continue. That's why I stopped out. Same thing, major cracks. You can see some of the mesh that was starting to come up here. Playground's in good shape. Other than some sand being thrown on it, there's no issues there. And that is it for photos.
To the chair, is the blue less hot than the green?
I haven't noticed a difference in the temperature personally, but I haven't felt it anyway. I can look into that if you want a temperature for it.
Chair, the only other thing that I asked Kenny, and we don't have it for tonight, but it's something that's important. And that is to look, some of these parks are still on septic and have drain fields. And the drain fields may need to be potentially recharged, but we need to look at that as well, because a lot of these are at that time frame.
So I basically started with the facility buildings. So you're gonna go admin, maintenance, and we'll go from there and then to the parks. So this is just some of the basic estimates that I was expecting for some of this stuff. Admin building was built in 1992. Other than some ADA compliance issues with the bathroom, which if we do in-house, get some tile work, some new doors and some drywall work, we could probably get it done for about 5,000. There is some lighting that we're going to add into this building as well. Plumbing is in good shape. The roof at this location is 33 years old. It's not, yeah. So to replace the rest of the lighting into LED is going to probably be around 15,000. The fire suppression system's pretty good. I think we're tied to the fire station. There's a minor leak out there, but that's on them. HVAC system was just replaced in 23. The windows to do this area, I'm estimating somewhere around 42,000 for either PGT or CGI. Basic paint. What is it? This my computer's acting up. Oh.
Can we like,
If you want, I could go to the very end.
yeah, what I'm curious about, because I mean, I need time to really review this and kind of absorb it. So if maybe we can speed this up a little bit and
Yeah. And we're not asking for any
Right,
direction.
right.
but It's important because we never get to really
We-
get in depth. with
it
this.
is very important, but I don't know if the rest of the board feels this way, but I kind of need to look at these numbers and I'd like to see those pictures and you already gave them to us.
The flash drive
So-
guys have those photos and they have
Right.
additional photos as well. And if you guys need more, I have literally thousands of.
Right.
photos.
And then more than likely, I think we probably will all need to have some discussions or maybe even go and look at some of these things.
Yeah, this is
ourselves.
almost like a workshop
So-
right here.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's,
'Cause-
that's why I was mentioning that. It's
Yeah.
just-
And to that point, we used to, always, when there's a new board member, we would do a tour as a district on the bus. And we invite the public and I request that we do that. You know, if we need to do a couple where we focus on parks for one, I think we should do it because it's been a while since we've done one of those. So
Can we take Rob's motor home this time though? A little
that
more-
would be
A
ideal.
little more comfortable? No, not at all. Okay. No. Not at all.
So The very last page has basically a grand total of each location. Now, you have you have the number there. You have to take into consideration, I included some items that are already taken care of, that are already budgeted for. FEMA is included in this. If we don't get money from FEMA, there's
Yeah.
some grant projects that are in there that are already covered. And there's also not necessarily an emergency repair, but more of a suggested upgrade or recommended upgrade, like the fields and things like that. So you can see some of those expenses of what it would be to bring what the communities actually need. So that's basically it.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
I want you to know how much I truly appreciate this. I think this is important. So, and I always feel like when we get into the park stuff, it gets cut short. So I need to absorb this and like I said, I think a tour would be really good. I think this is important. I think that there is a liability issue, but this is, again, the district for a long time, kept taxes low. But when you, don't take care of your foundation, and maintain, then over time, it's going to cost you more money. The press box is a good example of that. There were makeshift repairs that were done. And as a result, now it's been condemned now for what, 2 years? So, you know, we have a problem. We need to fix it. But I think what we need to do is really absorb this and figure out some ideas. And I hope that the next time that, you know, we talk as a board about it is, what are some ideas on how we can tackle this? What are the proposals? And maybe you guys already did that, but I think each one of the board members needs to have an idea on what they want to do there too. Okay.
And prioritize, you know, what's most critical.
I did, if you guys notice in there, there is a level, there's a code level on there, so 1 through 3. NA would be one of those items that would just be a suggested item. 3 is one of those, you gotta look at it like it's an emergency.
Thank you.
So I have a few things. So I know we've discussed previously the grade level at Community Park where the baseball fields are. I know you guys said it would be kind of an expensive fix because we need to fix that, but you said if we had railings there, is that what I'm understanding? If we had a railing there, is that?
I mean, we would have to get with engineering, obviously. There could be different options that we could look at that could address the ADA compliance issue. The number that's there is gonna be kind of a ballpark range to put you somewhere with multiple options.
Yeah, just quickly, because unfortunately I've dealt a lot with the
Mhm.
ADA throughout
Yeah.
my career because I kind of came into it as it was being implemented at governmental levels. But yeah, a lot of that run has to be to a specific door. The problem with the press box is that cross is all the way around it. So you need a separate one for concession stand. You need a separate one to go to a chair lift to get to the second floor. You need a specific one to at least one bathroom that would be designated for ADA. So there's some ways that with the ADA for government where you do get a little more flexibility than say a private company would, but you know, it's still the way that was built up.
Design.
It's gonna be a little more difficult.
Okay, so, but we can, there'll be options, okay. Coconut Park access. So I know at one point there was orange temporary fencing around there. I see that at the fishing pier, we have a sign that says park closed. I know I drive by there not often, but when I do, I see people walking around there. Do we have anything bigger that states the park is closed just to CYA ourselves?
We can add additional signage out there, but unless we actually fence that park off,
I just think we need to put something more visible that it's closed so that if people do go,
it's kind of at your own risk.
yeah.
But we could-
Well, not only at your own risk, we've told you it's closed. If you're going there and if a police officer sees you there, they have the ability to ask them to leave.
We have no trespass signs we could add out there. as
Yeah,
well.
I think we need to put something and maybe make sure that it's on our social media stating that the park is closed.
Okay.
So Hamlin House, you showed the water damage. You said you were surprised that there's water hasn't entered yet. Is there anything we can, like a foam or something that we can put there to do as a barrier so that we don't wait until?
The repair itself wouldn't take more than a few days to actually do.
Okay.
It's more or less just getting out there and doing it at this point.
Okay.
You're probably looking at, I'm just gonna throw a rough quick number out there, maybe 2,500 in material. It is something we could probably adjust pretty quick, but I know when we're out there looking at the windows themselves don't seem to be attached to the framing, so they seem to be pretty low. So we may be opening up a can that will open up.
Right. Well, that's what I'm thinking. If we can just do something temporary to maybe prevent water from intruding that. If, like I said, maybe a foam or something that we can just put there to seal it so that we're
It loo-
doing
it-
something before the
Yeah,
repair.
it looked like right next to that, there was a board placed
There was.
that looks like they probably covered up a previous repair. So maybe we could just throw a board up there
Do
for now,
something.
seal around it. Just, yeah,
Temporary fix and then you were pointing out in the maintenance, floor damage from the AC, previous AC, but maybe, I know at the condo, we have water alarms that we put, so maybe we could put something there or put a pan under it so that if it does happen to leak.
It does have a pan.
Yeah, okay, and maybe an alarm to let you guys know that it is leaking, might be helpful.
They
Uh,
usually get a secondary switch on them as well, so they'll have a
Perfect.
shut off switch on top and usually put one in the pan as well. in case
Perfect.
you need it.
Excellent, okay.
Through the chair, I'm sorry.
No, I have a couple more, but if you have something. go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as the siding goes on Hamlin, there's a couple things that, a lot of issues come up with old wooden structure, any wooden structure really, is because of lack of gutters. And this is on the hip side, so it really doesn't count, but it is on the west side. So, but we could put a temporary flashing down along the base of it, and that will keep the water from wicking up, and then anything that does splash up will, it's just a temporary fix.
Yeah.
And it'll keep any water and rodents out. So the foam usually wicks up additional moisture into it, so
Okay.
I think this would be better to
Yeah.
roll, caulk it, nail it, done.
Right, okay. As long as we have something that will
Or
prevent.
bulldoze it. It's my-
Oh, okay, yeah, or, okay, let's do it. You have the equipment? Do we have it? So and I go to the parks. I don't want to say often, but I used to go a lot more often when my son was smaller. Do we have like, if you see vandalism or if you see damage, call ITID phone number at the parks?
I'm actually working with Carrie on that. We're gonna try to get a QR code that somebody could go to right to the website or contact us right away. We are working on a system that's gonna be able to do that. That is a part of what they've done with ERP and things like that. So there's gonna be a way that the public can let us know of issues or vandalism issues and things.
Okay. Okay,
We're actually working on that right now, and it should be rolled out in the next month or so
okay.
for the public.
Can we also just have a sign that has
Yeah.
a number on it?
Well, that's what
with
they're
a
gonna do,
QR
yeah.
code as well,
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
not everybody knows how to use, like if grandma's
QR
gone to the park or
Yeah.
whatever, they don't always know how to
Yeah.
use a QR code.
Yeah.
We'll make sure.
And then the temporary repair or takeout service or close. So the basketball court that you're showing at Temple has some pretty decent gaps. Is there some sort of filler that we can put into temporary so that, because if we can't, I think we need to close that area. I think we need to take action on that because we're waiting for a liability to happen. And to have people continue to go and play on that is not very smart of us.
To fill the cracks themselves, there's epoxies we could use to do that. And one of the things you're gonna run into is that top surfacing. It's peeling off of the places.
Right.
So even if we fix the cracks, you're
Right.
gonna trip on something else. It's just gonna be loose.
So
but
I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but I think I would like to make a motion that we take that basketball court and tennis court out of service until repaired because we're gonna wind up having somebody getting hurt.
they're almost worse, because they're the ones that were showing.
Yeah, I've
crashes
played
with
there.
cars. There's tripping hazards there. I mean, it's a dangerous area to play.
I make a motion that we take those two out of service until repairs are made. Do we take public comment on that? Okay.
So we don't have any cards though. This is a little unusual. Yeah. Can we do it as consensus?
Consensus.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
So
so
their consensus for closing those two parks until repairs are made.
I agree.
No, just the
Just the
the
courts. Yeah.
tennis court and basketball court.
Michael,
Okay. And then, to piggyback on Supervisor Argue's request for a tour, I would like to, get consensus on making sure that we get this tour by May, so before the summer and it gets super hot and we forget. I'd like to see if we can get that on schedule, if we could get that coordinated by May.
Chair, so we'll make two, because we'll do one for specific for parks and then one for the impoundments.
Perfect.
For the M2 as well as the M1 and the 640
Okay,
out in
great.
that area.
All right.
As
so-
well
Pretty
as
good
some
with
of the
that.
other pump stations throughout
Michael?
the district. So yes.
So we have consensus on that. And
very
then
good.
lastly, I see we have the volleyball courts and I think they look amazing. I know we do some pickleball things. I'm hoping that maybe a league might be interested in throwing something with volleyball. Well, I just think it's amazing that the thing that we have there, and I think it would be, if it gets utilized, it will be better taken care of than if it just sits there and gets forgotten. So,
Sycamore Park is currently being used by the high school.
yeah.
An agreement that we had with them, that came to the board.
Okay, yeah, I think it would be fun. I think it would be great to have something local out here, so just saying. And that's all I got.
Okay, so I was just rolling through the threes here that needs replacement, and Mr. Lawrence, I know you mentioned that some of the playground equipment, it was dangerous. It appears that the Downers Park playground, your notes here is unsafe and is recommended to be immediately removed.
Correct.
That's playground still up?
It is, and it is one of the ones we have grant funding for, but to wait until we're ready to go on that, or until the playground's actually built and ready for construction, I would recommend that we just get rid of it. now
Okay.
and just put it out.
Okay, do we have consensus on that? Wait for Patty. Rich, Michael?
For the record, that is the last playground besides Hamlin Park, Nicole Hornstein. I think Downers is currently our oldest playground, and it's been put off over and over and over and over again.
And through the chair, Mr. Hanson, I'm thinking something to consider as with the tennis courts that Ms. Farrell was talking about, the playground that I'm talking about. I don't know what kind of priority list we have as far as replacing these things, but if we're going to be putting things out of service, I think we should be thinking about immediate replacement as we go, obviously, with the priority three, being the worst that's out there. Just something to consider.
Through the chair, now this would be something I have to go back and work with Ms. McIntosh to look at how the money for the contingency was collected, but there could be potential money from, that we can correct to reallocate to make some of these repairs, but it would have to come out of RC. And I'm not sure that the way that contingency is really meant for drainage and roads. It's something I can certainly look at. But more importantly, the reason why I agree that it needs to be before May is so that it can be part of the FY20 fiscal year 26 budget recommendation from me to the board, as a priority. But one thing just quickly that I think the board should look at for maybe Nicole Hornstein is that a community, that playground, would that be like a community project where you try to get sponsors like Red Barn or Tractor Supply and may be interested, but I'll let you guys think, or the board think about that.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Through the chair.
Yeah, but 1 second, Patty, while you were gone, we had consensus to tear out the playground at Downers
Perfect,
because it's that bad.
perfect. Yep.
Okay.
So, just a couple of things. The board, every year, there is a playground that needs to be replaced. So what we've done is we've budgeted every single year to replace a playground. And, it's become probably 4 times the cost to replace a playground than it was in 2016 when I got on the board. I think we were budgeting like $150,000-$200,000 to replace. And now, with everything, and we haven't really changed the scope of what we're replacing, but it's, I don't know, how much are we looking at? 600,000 now?
For a
playground?
playground like Kidscape, you probably would be close to
Yeah.
750.
And that used to be 150.
For,
Well,
no.
no, 150 would be like, Citrus Grove, and we just redid Citrus Grove, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Citrus was, I think, 2017. It's in the
Okay.
notes. The last ones that we did were Sycamore and Temple, and they averaged about 115 to 120 just for the playground in the base. And then the sales shade structure itself could be anywhere from another 20-25,000 on average, depending what you do.
Right.
It-
So, and then we've had all these other issues, maintenance issues, which is why the Downers project keeps getting pushed. We get grant funds and then we're trying to prioritize where it needs to go. Every year, we're always playing catch up. So, it looks like, and we discussed this in the last budget, that we had some money that we were setting aside for the earmarked for the board, not earmarked, but for the board to decide on some of these projects. Specifically, we had talked about parks. So I just want to bring that up because we actually specifically set that pot of money aside for that. So, and do you remember how much that was? It was like 1.5 or $2 million. Yeah. Dipped in a little. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's why I said I need to go back and
Yeah.
see how it was out.
Because I specifically remember we had all these parks things and we couldn't decide what we wanted to do. And so we held off. And so there was specifically money set aside for parks.
Just for the record, that Downers Park playground was built in 2000. It's 24 years old. 2000.
And just quickly, we may have, because we've been unable to purchase the vehicles that the board approved, so we may be able to move that into the next fiscal year. And we are having a very difficult time getting the smaller trucks. It's almost impossible for us to get them at our price. And it's only, I think, what was it, $7,000 more to get like a F-150. So we've got to figure out something there. But my point is, we could reallocate, the board could reallocate the money that we set aside. It wasn't a lot. I think what was that, 70,000?
They're like
Yeah.
35 apiece. but-
Yeah, so about 70,000 that you could reallocate in this current fiscal year towards whether it's another playground or more importantly, probably to the courts.
Service course, yeah.
Through the chair, was that vehicles only for the Parks Department?
That was just
Okay.
for the park.
And
Because
we were replacing
we were
or adding.
adding because they basically have no vehicles. We're paying them, to use their personal vehicles. Right now, there's like 1 or 2 hand-me-downs, but usually they're in from operations, but they're usually in the shop.
Yeah, through the chair, we are down to 1 SUV and 1 F-150. That's
For all of Park.
that's what the entire Parks Department has.
But when we say they are old, like I don't know.
The SUV, to my knowledge, was down for over 5 years, sitting at maintenance because there was a microchip that was no good. And it took that long to get that chip. So, I mean, that one's probably a 20, spitball in a 2010 maybe. And the 150 is probably a little bit newer than that, but it's used daily.
So if we can't buy a truck, are there other options that we can buy that would work for parks? You have to have reliable vehicles, and it's probably costing us more money to pay you for your mileage. So do we
So-
need trucks? Can we look at another option?
Not really. We do need trucks because we are collecting trash and we're not gonna put trash inside an enclosed vehicle. It's not good for anybody, but we aren't going with, we went with Mavericks, which is the smallest truck we could get. So it's not a truck for towing or anything like that. It's simply to do our parks duties and to get our guys around. So it'd be the best fuel mileage. It's also a Ford, so the mechanics know how to work on it. It was the best, most cost efficient route we could take at that point. So the reason we weren't able to get them was because there was a recall. Apparently they have found the patch for the recall and we should be able to get them shortly. But I can't give you, I don't know. I don't work for Ford, but it should be within weeks at this point, if that happens.
So what is the lead time for ordering if there is a patch? Do we know what the lead time for ordering is?
Sure, we had ordered them already, but they were on back order due to the recall. So they do have them sitting and ready, and I've talked to Jason. And he gave me an update that they should be delivering in weeks because of everything's been updated through Ford in the system. So now they're just pushing everything out. On the GSA contracts, they only allocate a specific number of vehicles, equipment and everything. And they go like hotcakes. I mean, it's like dialing for dollars. You get in there and try to get your allocations in. And it really doesn't time up with our budget. It's more for the governmentals that drop in July. So when we roll into them, that's why we go into the budget now. Once we have the budget locked in, we can put our orders in, but the timing's just off. So yes, they should be coming available soon. But more bad news, PK8 is down for good.
Which is why we're down to now 2 vehicles. We do not have anything that's able to tow a trailer. Parks Department does not currently. So anything that we need to use for towing, we are borrowing from maintenance at this point.
And
So-
sorry.
Would it make sense then to upgrade one? If it's only a matter of $7,000 to an F-150, something that you could tow with?
But you said you couldn't
Yeah,
get that
I would,
either.
honestly, I would need a 250. So right now, we're more concerned with having enough vehicles to move our guys around the district in order to clean up and maintain the district. And then we're going to likely come to you and ask you for something to tow equipment and to be able to do bigger jobs this upcoming year.
Okay.
So you're talking about next budget. Okay.
Yeah, just, I was thinking, also, was people park to use the Coconut Park, park? There's the 2 parking areas. Maybe we do something to block that parking.
Well, thank you for the presentation.
I don't think it's a good idea to take money away that's allocated for vehicles, especially if we're in a situation like that. And if we have to look at an alternative, if we can bring that back to is the way the cycle's working that it doesn't work on our budget planning schedule? Do we have to bring the vehicle portion to the district, to the board for approval earlier? Is there something that we can do there that helps us get ahead of that? Because it seems like last year we were approving and we had to it was the next day was the deadline. And we shouldn't be there because we're missing out.
I mean, so number one, I was just trying to throw some options out there. If you did want to reallocate, I will get back about the contingency dollars, because that's why you set them aside for the next meeting I think specifically look at the courts, because those do get used, not the playgrounds don't, but there may be other means for that. So we'll come back and look at that. But as far as with the budget, you know, I think these past couple years, there were priorities and there were uncertainties. You know, one of them was with litigation. We weren't sure what the cost was going to be, you know, moving forward. So we were very careful and we kind of extended the budget out this year. I'm hoping that's why we want to try to do this in April with the board on these tours, so we can bring this back in May and have it wrapped up in June. So, and again, unfortunately, the way it works with the vehicles is it is on the federal fiscal year, which is July. And I just don't feel comfortable coming any sooner to the board with a budget, or for instance, in April. It's too early. And we can look certainly at the passenger vehicles. Oh, know that it really has an impact on heavy equipment, some of that, but passenger vehicles, I can certainly, I know Jason and Kenny, not this Kenny, but Kenny Morrison and Fleet probably already started looking at what will be recommended to the board for this year, so I can, well, we can get with them and bring them back in April and see, and then that way, but then it's automatically gotta be approved in the budget before that.
Right. One other option through the church. We talked about this years and years ago. But we can, rather than going through the FSA, we can do an RFP for vehicles. And we can get them locally sourced through our dealers. In fact, when I took over, we were looking for a vehicle for me, and there was Alpaca actually bested the FSA price. But because they didn't have, we would have to go through an RFP process for it because of what the procurement dollar thresholds were back then. So that is an option. We can RFP here for locally sourced as long as it meets the satisfaction of legal.
Just quickly, we actually did it about 8 years ago and the prices came back exorbitantly more. So we can certainly RFP, I'm not opposed to it, but I just don't want you to get your hopes up. Right. So especially what from what I've been reading, the economic indicators are showing truck prices are gonna go back up. Yep. There'll be some increase, but probably not at the consumer level, but that's why it's all the more important, because the window is so tight and everybody in all the counties are going after the FSA. Jurisdiction, counties, cities, special districts, and the state.
A lot of competition. Okay. Item 10.2, consider updates to the facilities, parks and recreations policies and procedures. Mr. Lawrence?
All right. Share this. All right, so I'm just going to go through the changes. A lot of these are minor. The first couple were just we added the nonprofit user agreement, nonprofit athletics user agreement, just some definitions. That's page 4. Page 6. We have added in basically this allows us to work with these nonprofit user agreements to adjust the hours of the parks per permit. So it's not like you're changing the hour of the park itself. If the permit comes in, they want to have it till 10 o'clock. We don't necessarily bring it back to the board. We can internally approve that permit at that point. The way it was written before, and it's still there, is if somebody was to pay for that, they could do it. So that's that one. Page 7. We basically just changed where it said service provider agreement and added this information, the nonprofit athletics user agreement. And the other one would be nonprofit user agreement in case there's any other use for it. I just put it in there just so it's there. The next section talks about the the non-resident fee that we were all discussing. It's in the agreement, but it's also here as well. So basically talking about a 20% non-resident fee. That's for anybody that's either a non-resident or doesn't pay in the park system currently, not to exceed $35. That is well, it was originally proposed off of what Royal Palm does, because they did something when we spoke about it at the meeting. That's what I mentioned, and that's what everybody seemed like they were good with, so that's why we put that in there. Yeah, so if they're charging $100, it'd be like $20 for the industrial product. I mean, it just depends. Sorry. Wow. So this one's kind of getting, since there's all this change at the air. Oh, sorry. So this one's because of the change with ERP and the way we're doing all the payment systems with our refunds. Uh, it has been requested that we don't accept cash anymore. It's going to be checks, credit cards, or debit cards once the system's up and running. There won't be any internal pickups for this. If you need to get a check that you can't get mailed, it'll be through an ACH form that they'll have to fill out. That has been added in there. Page 14. That was the refund part. All right, page 14 is discussing a few things. So we had kind of mentioned changing ACP North to more of a permitted use facility only. This is a pretty standard thing with most municipalities to protect their athletic fields. It gives them the ability to kind of manage those fields and the use and the overuse of them to kind of protect the fields themselves, which is why it was recommended that way. Because of the way the statute's written, where you could have a one-on-one ratio with the level 2 background checks. That's why we took out the 10 participants and moved it to individuals, because it could be one coach and one athlete out there at this point, and we would need a way to kind of address that. So that's why it was kind of lowered to that level. Outside of that, we have classified the football fields as different segments. So field A would be, or field 1 would be field 1A, B, C, D. Same thing with 2, and then 3 would have 3 sections. This is set up this way for maintenance. So if we have to shut down half of a part or half of a field, we could be like fields 1 and A and B are basically closed for maintenance right now for overuse, or we can assign out the other section if we need to. So it basically just gives us that ability. Those are, and then page 58 just goes into the non-resident fee that we spoke about earlier. So that's basically it. Oh, which one? The last, which? Section 14. Page 14. Sorry. That's it for the changes.
Kenny, can you put that back up one more time, please?
All right, thank you again, Kenny, for the presentation. So I'm not down with this permitted use only facility. And especially when you get down here on letter B and it says any individual, which means a dad and a son, a dad and his son and daughter, and their two friends. I think we're opening a can of worms of problems when this is out on one of our fields and somebody's saying, you can't be here, you need a permit. So I've said this before, I'll reiterate. This is Acreage Community Park. Not Acreage Permit Park, not Acreage Athletic League. It's Community Park. And for us to require a permit just for anybody, I was very serious when I said in the past that there needs to be field space for residents who pay taxes on these fields. The community pays taxes. I understand that people, the AAL, pay taxes also, and they also pay a user fee. We get nothing back from that, by the way, which I believe we should, but we're not. We do get a $35 fee now for non-citizen of the acreage. I think that's okay. But to make it a permit use only facility, I'm not liking that too much. And I know there's residents out there that aren't liking it either. So I think we need to look at this a little bit more and figure out what we're going to do there. Whether we have 3 baseball fields that are permit and one's open. We always have a football field open, and I understand maintenance, and there's going to be times that they're closed no matter what. I get that. I think everybody can understand that. But I do not like the permit use only facility. I think the AAL got a really good deal with their first choice with the permit. But permit use only for everyone, I'm not liking it. Now, if somebody has an organized team and we know they have an organized team, then they should have a permit. But for just regular residents to use a field, go out there, shag some fly balls. That's something I like to do with my son. I know Ms. Argy stated that they like to go out on Sundays and throw the football around. I don't think she wants a permit. I'm not speaking for you, but I'm just thinking out loud. Her son likes to go out there and play football with his friends. He's on the football team. So I think we need to look at this a little bit more, just this particular section, before we make a decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready?
So I know last year this was asked, last year or the year before, I think it was asked of us, and it's a hard position when you're up here because you see both sides of everything, okay? And I said back then, I said, listen, I had a son who liked going to the baseball field and hitting the ball, like getting a bucket of balls and just hitting it, and just that was his thing. And I don't want to take that away from a kid. And I feel like just saying permit only individuals, I'm not grasping that. I do understand that you need to better control a team and being able to say, hey, that's not a dad with 10 kids, that's a coach and 10 kids. How do we find that happy medium? How do we get that? I'm not satisfied with saying any individual groups or organizations. I understand we have to do a better control. I think we need to work on that. I think a dad should be able to show up at the baseball field and pitch. I see it at the baseball fields now. And I'm just not feeling the individuals or a couple. I don't know if we want to say like 3 or 4 people, to make it to where, because I don't know. I don't know. We have to really, we have to, as a board, need to think how we can better kind of help our staff. Because I do know that we need to worry about the overuse of the fields. We see it on one of the fields just for the regular season when it's happening. We receive pictures 2 fields. Yeah, so we're seeing the overuse of it and, we need to figure it out. We'll get to one of the emails, but I did like, one of the suggestions is that we just leave maybe one field open so that, we can rotate it so that if a field is getting overused, we can work it that way. Again, we'll have to figure out how we're helping our staff to determine who is a coach with the team versus a dad and a few kids that are just there to horse around and play. We have to think that through. So that's where I'm at on that.
I like to take some time because I'm adamant about this. Adam, every municipality, the county, they all do. They permit. These fields are not meant for individual use. They're meant for athletic team use. And that's the maintenance, the scheduling, that all falls on them. We have limited staff out there. And Juniper, while they're out there for a specific reason, maintenance, things like that. Reason why we're asking for this is to avoid the potential, because it's not even a potential. It happens, it's happened, and it will continue to happen. You know, I cannot ask one of our staff people, and I'm pointing to those two, but it's actually going to be frontline employees, to go up to every parent and say, are you just here to toss a ball? Or are you, is it a personal trainer? Oh, I'm just I'm the dad and this is my son or daughter and that's what I'm doing. So it has created issues. And right now you do have a user agreement, and that's why I'm adamant about this. We have to protect these fields, and the whole purpose of sectioning these off is to protect this, just like cities and counties do. And we can act and say, well, we're a community and we're not like that. We're not like that, but these fields are gold, and people from other cities will come here because they're getting kicked out of Palm Beach Gardens, they're getting kicked out of Delray, getting kicked out of Boca, they're getting kicked out of unincorporated Palm Beach County parks. Guess where they're going to come? Oh, well, you can go up there and just say that you're a mom and dad. And all we'll be doing is running around, getting into altercations like we've done in the past, or upsetting somebody that is a parent that's saying, well, I am a parent. Well, we don't believe it. So, I mean, we can explore this more, but I'm telling you, at the end of the day, we're going to have real issues here, and what we're going to have happen is you're going to have, whether it's AAL or whoever coming back in here saying we've got problems, or we don't, we're not enforcing permits and things like that. And where we say, well, let's give up a baseball field or a football field. Well, if we have to move people around again, and they're used to using field 3, or they're used to using one of the baseball fields, and all of a sudden they can't use it because we have moved people around, they're going to come in here and say, oh, you did this. So that's why we're suggesting you have Citrus Grove, you have Downers, we can do upgrades to Hoffel. We're going to certainly, in this, as I told you during the last 2 meetings on this, for FY26 budget, we're certainly going to recommend, building start the process of building a multi-purpose general play field at Citrus Grove. So there are reasons. I mean, heck, I think the county now is locking down their fields. And I know, I don't want to say the city, but I know they're locking down the fields because they don't want it. And our problem is this, if it were just a good parent going out there doing that, it'd be fun, but that's not, people are abusing it and going to other levels. And we're also having issues with dirt bikes, during the day going on there. And we can say, well, chase them down. We can't chase them down. PBSF won't even chase them down. By the time we call, they're already gone and they will not pursue. So that's why we're really trying to be very, protective of this, 300, or what was it, $750,000 investment that was made into these multi-purpose fields. And then, of course, the work that we've done thus far on baseball. So that's why we've been pushing this. It's not that we want to hurt the public. I know what's going to happen. If these fields get abused, we're going to be sitting right back here having these conversations saying, why aren't you doing X, Y, and Z? Why is this field like this? Why did this person show up and you guys didn't do something about it? Well, are we gonna ask show me your ID, show me proof that that's your child? So again, it's not about me trying to be difficult. It just is, it's not like in our minds, things work, but when are we getting to the practicality of enforcement? It's just going to be an issue. And I'm sure that a lot of people will be, hey, no, that's all we want to do is just go out there and pitch or hit a couple baseballs. But we've learned that that is not what
And I appreciate, you mentioning how much money has gone into building and maintaining these fields. And I appreciate the public saying, well, hey, I'm paying taxes to use this park. But if it's overused and abused, and it's not going to be by the people that are saying that, it's going to be by other people and potentially outsiders. And then taxes are going to go up even more for something that they can't really use anyway. So this is a major issue. So I appreciate those comments, Mr. Hanson. Betty?
Um, the sectioning of the fields was really, we had discussed that, I think, at the last meeting, and it was for maintenance purposes, not necessarily, not for permitting purposes.
Correct.
You mentioned the statute. There's been a change, and it's going to be progressively more difficult for people and for municipalities and counties and special districts that run parks. Because now, if there is anyone who is a coach of any type with a child in a park, a public park, they must have a level 2. And if it's a team, the assistant manager, the team mom, the team manager, I mean, all of them need to do the level 2. So it's a good thing on the one hand, but the thing that people don't think about is how difficult it is as a government entity to implement these kinds of things and to protect them. Rich is right. I love going to the field and watching my son play football with his friends. My husband goes and he throws the ball with them constantly. Okay. But if we have one park in our community that's designated for this is what we're doing here, and it may be Sycamore Park for pickleball. We don't allow anybody else on, but we're protecting this. We got to do that because I think it's another year, I can't remember the exact dates, there's going to be even stricter requirements that are going to be put in place.
Yep.
So I ask you this, if we did not implement this, okay, the burden on the district increases, does it not? We would have to increase staff, increase security, because we have an issue. This is something we've been talking about.
It could turn into a discrimination issue too. We could be looking at lawsuits if we are approaching these people and harassing them, and it could turn into a big one.
Okay, so.
And a dangerous situation for staff or whoever's going out there, because it could escalate to somebody upset and pulling a gun or fist fight. I mean, it gets there. I've had issues like that even at my old job down south, and had to de-escalate situations that get up there pretty quick.
How much is it costing to have a security person sitting outside? An hour. So, if we had to have somebody like that in our parks to have a security presence, something to deal with the vandalism and enforcement issues, because we can't possibly put it on our staff. It's not fair. It's not right to put you in the middle so that you're having to be the arbiter of who's right and who's wrong. It's just not right. On the other hand, we have a situation with Acreage Community Park South, where because it's leased there, and because of the grant funding there, we can't close that off. It is open to the public. So anybody who's saying that Acreage Community Park is our community park, yes, we have South. It has to be open. It has to be open. Now, how are we dealing with the fields over there? I know we were talking about putting a fence around the field there. And obviously that's going to have maintenance issues, but in floating, we talked about maintenance, that what the whole purpose of that field was supposed to be that we could rotate and we could give the fields on the north side the opportunity to rest, and we go over there, now we're going to have a turf field, but can we close that off to the public, that particular part, or I mean,
It's being set up to at this point, and it is normal for an artificial turf field because this one's
to
costing
be,
1.8 million. It's not costing the district that because of the 3 million we got from the county, but it is a normal field that they would lock that up. Which is why they have a 4-foot fence.
but the rest of the park has to be kept accessible.
Correct.
Okay. And what about the multi-purpose field that we're planning on doing to the south of there?
That would be an open field.
That would be an
Yes.
open field
Correct.
available for anyone.
Yep.
Okay. So,
But just, I'm sorry, just to clarify, but we still have not brought back any policy with the with multi-purpose field
Right.
one, which is.
it's going to be a challenge
Artificial.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to bring that back, but then we have another layer of it, which is the FCT grant, because,
Nope.
yeah, because there may be a need where it does have to be permitted a certain, and that's not being dictated by us, that would be dictated by Palm Beach County and the state of Florida.
But we wouldn't have to do that for the south field, would we? The other multi-purpose field? Right. So this is all stuff that I think we have to consider in terms of what staff presented today, the amount of money, the amount of needs that we have. But in the interim, right now, we got a major problem already. And I was gonna ask some questions of Juniper, but I was not here for that portion of the meeting. But let me ask this. It was my understanding when we approved that contract that they were going to be acting as our staff in the park. And that we were going to have one on the north side and one on the south side. That's not happening. And that's what we had in our contract. And what I heard tonight a couple times was that, well, Juniper is really not there for that. So, I just want to go back to the discussions of how that contract was sold to the district and what we were expecting to get. And so
yeah,
because it's a significant amount of money.
Well, let me clarify what I meant. It was never our intent to have Juniper walk up and ask, are you a parent? Are you, what are you doing at that level? If they see something going on, then yeah, they're gonna interject, but they're not just going up to everybody and looking, and that's why,
We would need security for that.
well,
That-
or our staff.
And
So-
that still comes through the district because they obviously can't just call the police. That has to get authorized through the district still anyway. So
Unless
they're
it's an
more,
emergency, so,
they're more or less just to lock parks down and make sure nothing's happening. That gets reported to Jeff right away and they keep the bathrooms. clean. That's their purpose.
But I'm
One last
sorry,
thing.
I wanna just clarify, cause I don't like just yes or no answers. The reason why the multi-purpose one field, the artificial turf field, and the multi-purpose two field, which is just natural turf, are different is because that multi-purpose artificial field would be permitted because it was always meant to be at that
Higher
reason-
level.
Yeah, so that's why it's different and it has to go through some additional steps. And the multi-purpose two would be open play. But again, it's at the discretion of the board, but that was always.
So my last request is that when you bring your proposals and recommendations, I would like to know what it would cost to have full-time security at Acreage Community Park on both the north and south side, because I do think that that is important. And I think it's important that the public understands that, it may not seem like we're making a decision that is saving them money. They, because I've heard the same comments you're talking about. I've read the same emails. And I appreciate what the residents are saying. But as you saw tonight with the presentation, if you watched it, and if you look at this list and the inspection and the needs that we have more than one park in the district, and we have a lot of needs. And we're trying to balance it all. And so, in lieu of hiring more staff and having security on site, I'm assuming the security is cheaper than PBSO. They don't have the same authority, but the bottom line is that we have some real problems and we've got some tough decisions to make. So, thank you.
Michael?
No, I was just kind of piggybacking on what Burgess mentioned too. I think there's just a lot of confusion in the community that this is only the north side of, Acres Community Park. And while there's still a lot of development being done on the south side, a lot of these amenities will be offered there. Not to mention, the presentation and how much, we plan on investing in all the other parks. That there is ball fields at all these other parks, and we are planning on fixing them up and making them usable to everyone. It's just there's a playground on the north side, right?
There is one on
And
the
like
side.
that would still be open, right? Pavilions? No?
I mean, technically, if you really want to look at it,
Or you're
say
trying to close the
say it's
whole
open
parking
because the
lot?
league's out there playing, we're not going to go out there and kick people out. So if they're going to go out to the playground, they're going to go out to the playground. The only thing that would really happen is that the park itself would be closed during off hours. So
Yeah.
during the day, you probably wouldn't have access to it necessarily, but 90% of the time, the park's going to be open. We're not going to be kicking people out. So
Yeah, and I just think there was a lot of confusion after the last meeting in the public as far as I saw comments of talking about like kidscape. It's like absolutely not. Just the north side is, what we're talking about.
And nobody wants to pay more taxes either. So we're trying to figure out ways to.
No, I keep going back to the soccer group that unpermitted those guys. I mean, I rode through there when they were playing and after like a light rain and just one game, those guys
they would, like, just for the history of it again, because we have new board members on video, we had video of them actually jumping locked gates in the field two of the baseball just to play soccer in the outfield there during. So, I mean, they didn't care. We're talking 40 people. It wasn't like a little crowd.
No, it was adult. It was adults. Yeah.
That same group of people smoking dope in the driveways and in the parking lot too, so. Yeah. Yeah, no respect, and they don't live in our community, so.
Okay. Rich?
And try not to ruffle some feathers here. Maybe we have too many parks. Maybe we need to reevaluate what's going on and the prices and how much we're spending here and which parks are getting the most use and which ones are not. And instead of having maybe a couple small parks that are scattered about that aren't getting as much use, maybe close a couple of them down. It's just a thought. It's a discussion. I'm not saying to do that. I'm saying it's something to think about and turn some of these other parks into maybe a little bit more awesome park, with the playground equipment and things like that. Yes. Are you going to have to drive maybe a few more miles? Yes. It's just something to think about because what was that, 4.9 million at the bottom of that sheet?
So to kind of, that number depends on how you look at it. So it includes 800,000 potentially from FEMA. It includes grant funding that's going to cover some of it, such as Downers Park. It also includes some of the items that are already budgeted for maintenance building. So this was basically just to paint a picture of the district as a whole and some of the items that have already been taken care of and things like that. So you can see an overall number. And realistically, you're probably closer to like 3. That's assuming we get the grants and FEMA.
Which we
I'd
really
rather
can
paint
never
one
count
specific.
on. Right, we can't, right. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, I mean, that's a business point for the board to consider. But one thing to also remember about ACP is the county put these ridiculous requirements for us to build a urban style park in the middle of a semi-rural community. And that has also escalated the costs out. Not to mention that there's a preserve right next to it, that every time an animal or a bird flies over, drops a seed or does its thing, it's contaminating St. Augustine, or Bermuda, what have you.
Thank you. Sure.
And so with this discussion, obviously, a lot of this is about field maintenance in the grass. Can we get a ballpark figure on what it would cost over, I don't know, 5-year period, maybe artificially turf the rest of the fields?
We actually did that about 3 years ago, so I'm sure the price has changed.
Sure.
That was with the other, I mean, if you base it off of this one at 1.8, we were gonna artificial turf the north side, you'd probably at like 3.5. And then each one of those baseball fields is probably another. We did actually throw that out as an option because it's expensive up front, but over the 20-year period, it actually saves a lot.
And there's safety issues with turf, which is with artificial turf as well, which is part of the reason why we just decided to do one field. But again, that's a business decision for the board.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, I think there are some people that are really excited about the turf. But there are some concerns about turf as well. And I've heard since we redid the north side, people are a lot happier that we stayed with regular grass. Even though we have the issues of, bare spots and that kind of thing. But I think they're still happier with the grass, than they are with turf, because we've played on a lot of turf for tournaments and going around. So people, it's a lot hotter. Some of them are better than others. We're getting the cool play. Hopefully it's going to be better than some of the ones we've experienced traveling. But I really would urge the board not to jump into any kind of decision about doing that until we've experienced having to deal with a turf field for the next 5 years, because there could be other things that we're not thinking about right now. And then just one thing I want to say about the parks. I mean, it's certainly not a bad idea to think about, but on the other hand, the district, the way that I've always kind of thought of the parks in the district, and I don't know if this is the way that it developed, I can certainly find out for certain, but it seems like there's a park that serves each sort of area, if you zone, quadrant, however you want to think of the district, right? There's like a park that serves that particular area. There are some areas that I would say are probably less served. That area between 60th and 40th and east of 140th to State Road 7. The only park that's in that area is Hopeful Park. And so this is something that when we do the tour in the district and we actually just go to each one of the parks, that you kind of get a feel for that. I'm really proud of all the parks we have. And yes, it is very expensive. And maybe some of the hard decisions we have to make is, do we need to have everything that we have at some of these parks right now? And are there some ways that we can do some things that are going to last? Maybe we have to spend a little bit more money right now, but it's going to last longer for us. It's a better investment. Personally, I think we need the variety that we have in our different parks, but I will say, Downers Park, people say that that's not very well used, but on the other hand, it is used. And one of the reasons that it doesn't have a lot of children going to it is because of that playground is really, and I think it was built for 1 to 3 year olds. I mean, it was really tiny. And there's some changes that need to be made at that park, because there used to be the baseball diamonds, and those baseball diamonds were small. I'm sure you were on them. They're not regulation size. They're useless. Prior to me getting on the board, they decided to, repurpose it and did it partially. But I think we can do a better job there. I've had complaints from residents that live in the area about the the Heart Healthy Trail. You can't rollerblade in there. The playground is horrible. So I think if we made improvements to that park, because it's been ignored for so long, that I think the people that live there that want to enjoy it would actually begin to go there and enjoy it more. So that's just my 2 cents.
All right, so do we have a motion to approve the updated facilities, parks and recreations policies and procedures? We're gonna do that. Do I have a second? Okay, now for public comment. It's okay.
So I'm going to start off with, we had a couple of labeled emails, so I just want to hit those really quick. They should have been read during public comment. One was agenda, how are the parks and recreational facilities in other areas west of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard being upgraded? We can't even get Mango paved. I know this isn't the proper way, but we have been trying for years to get this, put it on your agenda. So that was from no name. Rec@indiantrail.com. Yeah. I don't know who that's from. So from to. Sorry, Dolores Miller. Okay. Let's see. From Teresa Mears. We've been asking for 14 years to have our road fixed. It's about 8 to 10 inches lower than the swells. All they do is relief channels. It keeps holding water. The ridges get so bad, we have to drive 4 miles an hour. When the road is graded, it's no better because it's not graded low enough. My son, who lives an hour away, called me and said how crazy it is. He has to drive 3 miles per hour down Murcott. We're at 16932 Murcott, and Murcott to Seminole Pratt is even worse. We have to take the long way just to hit North Lake. Please fix this. Thank you, Bill Mears. So those were those two. So now we're on to public comment on agenda item 10.2. The first one I have is Edwin Landy.
Hi, thank you. It's Edwin Landy, 6658 on Fort Avenue North. I live right across the street from Acreage from the north. Acreage Community Park. I'm of course against closing the field to individuals and fathers like me and some mothers and everything else. I see kids, teenagers go to the park also to use it. I remember when I was a teenager, I used the park, so it's a kind of a good memory for me to do that. And I think closing the park to these kids would send the wrong message to kids. Why do I want to get to use the park? Besides that, I mean, I don't even understand why we want to do that. I mean, it's just your society. I mean, I think if we can't afford to have the park used for both individuals and teams, maybe we should think about getting rid of the teams instead of individuals, you know? But a couple of matters is, I don't think the statute that authorizes Indian trails allows you to charge individuals for permits. That's one issue that you overcome. And if you do this, it might also make parks, or at least this particular park, more of a general benefit to the land, which of course you can't do with non-ad valorem taxes. So, pardon my voice. That's another thing to think about. I guess that's all I got.
Thank you.
Jessica Bonville.
Jessica Bonville, 14828 Citrus Grove. It is absolutely ridiculous that you think a permit is needed for our kids to play at Community Park that our tax money goes towards already. Maybe you forgot the name of the park, Acreage Community Park. Maybe you should take the word out of community and call it permitted park. My kids should not have to get a permit to play a pickup game with friends, a simple workout with friends, or their father. If the fields are not being used, it should be open to our community to use without a permit. I hope your kids, family members, or neighbors want to play at the park and you have to tell them no, because a permit is required. You can't say you still have the south expansion and have open north fields that is available for community to use. There are other fields throughout acreage, but how many have lights and open space? How is it decided only that the park would need a permit and no other? A permit should not be required for our kids to play. Let our kids be kids. Did anybody ever tell you not to play at the park and go get a permit when you were younger? Protecting our fields is not requiring a permit. It's proper maintenance of our fields. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nieves, do you want to speak or do you just want to oppose?
No worries. Mr. Nevis. Thank you. It's not gonna be long. it's permitted use only. That's what really throws me. The entire park, not just the north. On the slides, it said permitted use only for the entire campus. My grandson is homeschooled. We go over there, we walk, I don't throw balls around, but we walk around. So I can't even walk around now because I needed a permit to walk around. There's a little park there, and I've heard someone says, well, we're not gonna kick anyone out of the park. But why should I be worried about being kicked out? Because it's a permitted use only. I think it's really ridiculous that we have a park that's permitted use only. And I would like to know, is this really legal? Can you just build a park and then decide it's only for permits? I would like to ask that question at the next meeting, if that could be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, going to read, Kimberly Heddick. She says, good evening. I am writing to oppose the restrictions on the football fields and baseball fields at Community Park. Kids already do not have enough places to go. This is only limiting them more. I had asked last year when the skate park would be reopened, and that has not been done as well. Please do not limit these kids even more. They need to be outside. Lauren Zocchi, I'm probably missing that, but it's Zocchi. Good evening. My name is Lauren Gardner. I am a longtime resident of Loxahatchee. Unfortunately, I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting, so in lieu of attendance, I'm sending this email to address the proposed update to the rules for use of Community Park North. I'm opposed to this change in rules. It's in times of screens, technology, and of course, continued development of our area, we are in need now more than ever of more parks and outdoor places for young people and families to go to spend time together, to enjoy sports and outdoors. As residents, we pay a lot of money for the upkeep of these parks, and now we are being threatened with having to obtain a permit just to utilize them. This is awful. My children love going to the park and practicing football, playing catch and running, and just running to get out the energy and just be children. Please do not allow this rule to pass. Thank you for your time and understanding. Lauren Gardner and family. Good afternoon. I am unfortunately unable to attend tonight's Indian Trail meeting. I am writing to voice my vote. I am strongly opposed to the new ruling requiring any individual to require a permit to use fields and facilities at Acreage Community Park North. We live less than a mile away and use the park frequently with our family. It would be a shame a family cannot enjoy a public park in their community. If the party is not profiting from use for an organization, they should be able to use freely. Thank you for your time. Regards, Jackie Stinson. Hi, I am a long-term resident and taxpayer of the acreage, and I am unable to attend the meeting tonight, but would like to voice my opposition to requiring individuals to have permits to use the Acreage Community Park North. There is no reason why any person who lives in our community should have to obtain a permit in order to use open field space, softball or baseball fields, or any other available space to play a fun game, practice catch with a parent, or exercise or play with in any manner. This is an absolutely ridiculous request. We pay taxes for these parks and should be able to use them as we please. Please do not make this change to our park. That's from Nicole Frederick. Hi, while ITID has a Facebook page, I didn't come across you wanting permits to play on the community. Okay. Community field. Luckily, I came across it last night on the Nextdoor app. What are you all trying to do to this community? Kids can't even come to play with their friends, do a last minute pickup game or anything. You are pushing the kids to go to other areas like Westlake and Avenir to go play, which my kids do already. Once Westlake opens their fields, where do you think kids are going to go? Then you wonder why AAL numbers are down. You are making the community hate them by doing things like this. Please don't even say the community has the expansion field. Have you all seen the condition of that field? Try running in that grass, which is really dirt, and see if you don't break your ankle. The only good thing about the expansion is the track. The park doesn't have enough lighting at night. Luckily, we have sunlight until 8 p.m. now. You need to leave one of 3 football fields and one of the 4 baseball fields as an open access field for the community to use. We pay tax dollars to maintain those fields. That would leave AAL 2 football fields, 8 spaces, and 3 baseball fields for them to have reserved based on your field's designation. I get it if groups of 10 plus come out for an individual I'm sorry, I screwed that one up. I get it if groups of 10 plus come out, but for an individual, a family applying for a permit for days you don't even know when you want to go to the park to play, think about your community and why you signed up to be on the board to help the community. AEL should only have the fields when they have games or practice, should not be reserved for their travel teams. I would like this to be read at the meeting this evening. My child has practice tonight, not at our community field, and will be by once that is over. Okay, that's from Jasmine Bonneville. All right, last one. Good evening. It has come to my attention that the ITID board is trying to pass a vote where individuals must have a permit to use a public taxpayer-funded facility. If this is true, per section 9, I would like to vote no. Why would an individual be demanded to pay to use a public park, especially when the taxes paid fund the park? This is a horrible misrepresentation of what we are looking for out here in the acreage. Please accept my no vote via email. Lisa Donovan.
Thank you. We have somebody. Go ahead, Bob. Bob? Hey,
Hello?
Bob. There you are.
Yeah, sorry. My my earplugs died just as I saw unmute pop up on my phone. Sorry. I'm not sure if Bob Morgan, Acres Landowners Association, 13784 67th Street North. I'm not sure if I should have brought this up on the previous agenda item or this one. I couldn't hear the last 2 minutes of the last agenda item, but I was curious to find out if the issue with is still being looked into in regards to vendor locations at the South Park. I just want to make sure that it doesn't fall by the wayside in case we start having events again. And we can have, a decent area for the vendors. Is this still being looked into? Or who would I need to reach out to get statuses on this?
Mr. Lawrence will reach out to.
I'm sorry?
Through the chair, Mr. Lawrence will reach out to you, Mr.
Okay.
Morgan.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Have a good evening.
Anybody else? Eric, you too. Kenny, can I just clarify, this permit that people would need to get if they want to go use the park, is there a fee?
No,
No fee.
no, well, it depends on what it is. If it's a larger situation,
Right,
the
so-
original proposal for a little group would be.
Can I just be clear? It's not the park, it's a field.
The fee,
Field
right.
or baseball.
Right.
field. It's
So, and
just like
that
we
was
do
my
with
next, right,
pavilions or
right.
anything else.
So that's my next, clarification. North Athletic Campus, you're referring to the fields, correct?
Correct.
So if this young lady sitting behind you wants to go with her grandson and go to the park and go to the playground, she's not restricted in any way, shape, or form.
No.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that. So now a question was brought up. Well, how do I know when I want to go to the park and play with my kid to get the permit? So how can we address that? So let's just say, oh, it's a nice day. I want to go to the park. Is somebody gonna get quick online and say, can I get a permit to go play at this field because it's a weekday, nobody's using it? How,
The system that I used to use down south would allow that to do registrations online. That is something we're looking at potentially adding to the ERP and the website. So they would be able to just go online, click register, and we can adjust the fees. So if it is a little group that just wants to go out there because it's a little family, they could just apply real quick. It's a simple process, and they could do it from their phone as well.
okay,
And we always have staff rolling, and obviously Juniper will be on site. So if we needed to open up a gate, we could do.
okay. And to clarify on the percentage, for non-residents. So it's a percentage of whatever the cost of the registration to the organization.
Correct.
Correct? And our fee structure is specific to a certain amount. So if you're a resident, you pay 50. If you're a non-resident or in a non-parks paying unit, and I think there was a typo in there, but we'll worry about that later. Then you're paying a specific fee to use that whatever it is on the list. So I just wanted to clarify those things. It's not that people aren't going to be allowed to go and use the parks. It's just these very pricey fields that we're trying to protect. And having the field that will be built in the south, that's going to be for open play. So eventually, when that's done, this problem will resolve itself. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Through the chair. I just want to clarify something you said, because I think this is a dangerous path to go down, that we're not charging for a permit. So we need to differentiate between, there's two different types of permits, because if we're talking, Rich wants to go to the park to throw the ball with his son versus travel league team needs field space and is showing up, totally different.
This is where it was proposed before, where we'd be able to give a day pass to like a family. That wouldn't be anything. We put a last minute request in. It wouldn't actually be like an official rental, like you were gonna run a party there. This is just gonna be, okay, we're gonna use it.
But it's similar to that. It's
It-
like
it
you
is.
want to use a pavilion, you have to get a permit.
Correct.
And in some places, you still have to pay for that regardless. So I forgot to mention, Kenny, but you and I did talk about this before the meeting. On page 9, I think there's an error in there that needs to be fixed up, and that it says the insurance requirements for groups above 50 individuals. And quite frankly, if you are a coach and you are going to be, well, we have restrictions that you can't be trying to make money off of being at the field anyway. But if you're a coach and you're going to be coming to the park, you have to meet all the other requirements that everybody else is required to, including the statutory requirements and the insurance requirements. And I saw in here, it says $1 million. I saw somebody say that it's $3 million. I don't even know where we're at with insurance these days, but I don't know why one group should be targeted and be required to have all these things when another group is not required to do it. So I think we have to make sure that our policies are consistent on that. And again, this 50 individuals on page 9, I think
Sure.
that's an error and should be corrected.
The original thought for that, right, it was to kind of help manage a regular rental. Say at a pavilion at a park, they have a birthday party, there's 50 kids out there, and all of a sudden you've got kind of a carnival situation going on, which is why we originally set that number at 50. Like, we're trying to figure out how do we clarify what a regular birthday party is from a carnival. So that's why the 2 bounce houses were put in there, and that's why the 50 was original. But I do agree, we're gonna have to adjust that, obviously, because we got the statutes we're gonna have to abide by at this point as well.
Thank you. Michael? Oh, your light's on.
Okay.
So do you need to amend your motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Patty. Go ahead.
Quick, couple of questions. The pavilion rental. So you guys have a pavilion in there to rent. Is that gonna be still open for rental?
Yes,
And does field use usually come with that
it does not.
pavilion? Okay. How will you, okay, so if somebody's having a barbecue, you can't, your people can't use,
They
and-
do use the field,
Right.
but they can't ask somebody else to leave. So if they have the permit would be for that item that they're actually renting.
right?
So it's kind of like in any concept, you rent the pavilion, somebody else shows up, you can ask them to leave. You have that
Right.
rental for that day.
No, I get it. I just want to know if we're like hampering people from using, if they're having a barbecue. And then, so here's what I'm gonna say on this. I don't see a clear cut how you are resolving if a kid wants to go play baseball and go hit the ball, and I'm gonna use because that was my life. My kid used to go up to the field with the bucket and go hit. Or Rich wants to go play, or Betty's son wants to go with his kids. You're not giving me a clear path of resolution to allow that to happen. So in my point, if you came here and you said, this is what we have in place, blah, 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 I would say, yes, I think we should have that in there. As is, I can't back that right now. So that's where I'm.
Through the chair, I thought that's what the purpose of Citrus Grove Park and putting lighting there was, as well as looking at doing some of the other parks. But right now, that's why we did Citrus Grove. And, you know, lots of people have to drive, and this is not unusual. Counties, municipalities, it's actually more common than it's not. So it's uncommon that, anyway.
Just for my history, I did work at an athletic department for a big municipality down south, and we never had the fields open. They were always locked. The lights were off. The only time we ever opened them was during programming. So it was either rented or a program that the city actually ran, or somebody else, like Little League, was out there. This is not abnormal. Everybody does it. We're Palm Beach, the county. I mean, this is standard.
Like I said, I get it. I get why you're doing it. I really do. I do understand. I don't want to seem like I don't understand. And yes, Citrus Grove is there, but my son could hit a home run that would probably hit a window. So you wouldn't want him at Citrus Grove hitting the baseball there. This is true. This is true. So, well, I see people that go up there and play on those fields. So it is a possibility. Right. Again, it's a possibility. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just, if they had like, okay, there was a process, they could call this number and they can get like service within an hour of a permit to be able to utilize it to go use that field. And listen, it's been open. It's kind of hard to change that. It's kind of hard to change that perk.
We can, to make it easy, we can update our site, same registration process, and just add in there that it's going to be for the day pass, and that would come to our system immediately. So if they wanted to use it later that day, we could implement that very quickly. For the whole day, exactly.
So somebody there running drills beside the field. Okay? During, you know, the Acreage Athletic League is there, they have a permit. And there is somebody who is not part of the Acreage Athletic League running drills and whatever else on the sidelines. It wasn't a dad, it was definitely a coach. Okay? And this is why I brought up the whole security thing and how do we deal with this? Because it's not fair to the people that are there to have to deal with that. It's a safety issue and the Acreage Athletic League is paying for a permit to be there for insurance, for all the other things. And, you know, it's been unsettling just having to change their schedules around because of lack of field space. So, you know, I don't think people really, or maybe just people don't care about the fact that it's already being disrupted significantly. So anyway, if we have it open, we need to have staff there that is enforcing it. Period, dot, end of story. You cannot leave it to our staff to be the arbiter. You can't leave it to the Acreage Athletic League, who's there pretty much, and by the way, always has been there. Okay? 6 to 7 days a week has always been there. And so people couldn't really use the field anyway. You know? So I'd like to know what people feel like they're losing because they really couldn't do it. They couldn't. They weren't supposed to. So, and then lastly, the Acreage Athletic League's travel flag football team is part of the Acreage Athletic League. It's not a separate thing. It's part of, remember, they're an umbrella organization. The travel league is part of it. Same thing with baseball.
Real quick, Ms. Argue, did you say that the Acreage Athletic League is paying for their permit? Did I miss something?
Significant amount of money with everything that they're doing to put these programs on. So they may not be paying Indian Trail, but they have for years contributed to things in that park. For years.
So not paying for it.
Well, we have a motion and we have a second. You did. Michael seconded it. So, no more comments? Everybody good? Page 9.
I think. Kenny and I talked before the meeting. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed in this policy. So there's other things that since, you know, like with respect to the level 2 background, some of that stuff needs to be incorporated. And this insurance, I think, is wrong. So that needs to be fixed too. So my motion, I'll just amend my motion that page 9 be fixed with respect to the insurance and the number of individuals, or that you put the clarification there. I understand what you're saying. It's just like we were talking about, but we don't need to have in 5 different places, you know, because then it becomes confusing. So it needs to be consistent.
And what
So-
about the clarification of the day pass?
And the clarification, thank you. The day pass, it needs to be described. And what that looks like. How can people do that? And then that needs to be put out on our Facebook page and the website so people understand that they can still use it, but obviously that is subject to when it's not being permitted, when it's not already under use, and it's also subject to the condition of the fields. Because if right now we've already got 2 fields that are
showing signs of wear and we haven't even really started this season. So
Okay, so we got that amendment to the motion. Okay. All in favor?
No.
Patty?
No.
Okay, so looks like I'm the deciding vote. I want to make sure that our residents can use these parks, but I also understand staff position. And I understand legal's position on this. And I think that while it's important to make the residents happy, there's a lot of things that they don't, may not be clear. And I think we have an amazing staff. And I think that if this is important, that it needs to be done. And this is their recommendation to us, which I feel Mr. Hanson feels pretty strongly about this, as do our park staff. I'm gonna have to vote yes, because there is good reason for this, but I want to make sure that our residents get to use this park, that the park is not locked down. We may lock the fields down when it's necessary, but not the park. And I want to make sure that everyone knows and understands, I don't care how we have to get the message out, smoke signals, that people can use this park and get a day pass when those fields are available. This is not an exclusive use for any one organization or person. Yes, they may have priority scheduling, but the entire community should be able to use this park. So please make sure that we get that clarification on the day passes and get that up and running ASAP for people, because I think it's very important.
Just a very quick add, if we can, if we're gonna, since we're doing this, make sure that there's signs with instruction on permit.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So see that it passes 3-2.
thank you.
Next item, consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make the motion to,
I'll second.
okay. Do I have to
Okay.
read all?
No?
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion by Patricia Farrell and Betty Argue second. All in favor?
Aye.
Michael? Consent? Thank you.
I'm sorry, are we skipping supervisor business or?
No, that's, yep,
Oh,
that's. that.
sorry,
Yep.
consent. Okay.
Okay, so that item.
Did you
I
vote
was
on
looking
that?
at
Consent
reports.
passed
Here you vote.
5-0.
Yes.
Staff presentations?
So just quickly on the cell phone tower at the, just north of the Publix shopping center on our property, just waiting for. Yeah, for what would have been the fire station or could be a future fire station. We're just waiting for feedback from Diamond Cell Engineering, because I did ask them for additional to make. So I think the original request was for 50. I asked them to throw in another 25. That would be a donation toward Kidscape, toward
Parks.
a playground at Kidscape. So they're taking that back. So hopefully next month.
Feel like they need us
get
more
an
than we need. them.
answer, yay or nay on that. And then, the other thing I would like to discuss, but I can't get into detail, unfortunately, I'll have to talk to you individually. I have talked to both engineering and legal, and that would be at least general consensus to allow staff, Mr. Robinson and I, to potentially look at pursuing, we'd still have to bring it back to the board, but the purchase of an undisclosed property that could be beneficial to us, but could also be beneficial to another entity that would not necessarily be beneficial to our landowners. So property isn't necessarily for sale, but I'd like the ability to try to see if they would be open to selling it to Indian Trail. And of course, I'd have to bring that back to the
Through the chair. I believe we had a similar circumstance with respect to the purchase of Nicole Hornstein and and maybe one of the lots around there. How did the board do that? Did we give a pre-approval or it?
I can't recall. I can't recall.
All right. So you're looking for direction on that now?
Yeah, just general consensus.
I'm good on that.
Sure.
Me
And-
too.
Yeah.
I'd have to bring everything back. to the board,
Yeah.
but-
But for Claire, it's really more fact finding, right?
Well, it's fact finding, yes, yes.
Yes, okay, very good.
But I don't
There's a danger in that though, because then once you bring that information, we have to be ready to move. Otherwise, you just disclosed everything in all your strategy.
Administratively, what I'd like to do, I have procurement power to do it because it should be relatively inexpensive. And that would be to hire a realtor to have it be an undisclosed buyer, so nobody knows that it's a government. And I want to talk about it more because there is another entity that's looking at it.
Okay. Supervisor business, Michael? Okay, Rich? Patty?
I have two. One, I'd like to make sure that, 'cause I saw that the travel team is looking to do tryouts for Acreage Athletic League. I know we were having an issue with getting their SAM coverage. Have they gotten anything to us yet on that?
As of right now, no,
Okay. Did we give them a deadline for this?
we have not. It wasn't at the last meeting where the board kind of discussed it, the deadline, there wasn't one actually set. It was more or less just get it as quickly as possible. So, in the last communication I've had with, at this point, was that they were still waiting for information from the insurance company.
And they gave the level 2 affidavit.
That's being created still.
They haven't gotten the affidavit over. Okay.
No, that legal's working on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's our legal is working on
Our
that.
legal,
and
our
we
legal's working on the
Talked
affidavit.
with them, so they're
Okay.
working on it, but that's not.
Mm.
The SAM is. the one putting that.
Okay. I think we need to make sure we're giving them a deadline. I know they have a new permit that starts in July. But I don't like leaving the district open like that. So I'd like to get consensus or something to make sure that we put a deadline. I don't think so. I think
Not
it was
connected
just,
to it, no.
yes, because
And have the badges and all of that,
I
which
know
they
that-
did.
Those are gonna be a part of the whole permit request, and that'll be like itemized of the things that they'll have to have while they're out there.
Through the chair, I believe that the baseball segment gets this
I-
SAM,
yeah,
but
so-
not for us, for the county.
They. Let me see if I have it. Sure. So
Well, that's what I'm saying.
well, that, right.
Trying to pull
I
it
think the
up.
point is that baseball was able to get it.
I'm just
So
gonna
are
share.
you asking for a deadline?
I
So-
would like a deadline placed, yeah.
Baseball's Acreage Athletic Babe Ruth League, and they claim it's under a DBA of the Acreage Athletic League. The COI that was presented to the district for Palm Beach County does claim that they have SAM for 1 million, 2 million, but it covers baseball. It doesn't cover the executive board. So we're waiting on the executive board. to
And it
put
doesn't
that
cover,
SAM
it doesn't cover, actually.
You're good.
And it doesn't cover any other sport, just baseball.
Just baseball.
Okay,
Specifically. for the county.
specifically,
For, in that one, that COI, it wasn't with the district being listed as certificate holder, it was actually the counties.
okay, so when were they notified they needed to do this increase?
For the first time.
Was that,
Back in what, summertime?
was that like
That was
August,
during the wor-
September?
That was like back in the workshop.
I feel like it was probably around the same time ALA was doing their Citrus Grove that we were putting that, the SAM coverage was increasing.
I don't recall. I'd have to
Okay.
check.
Okay, so I don't know what's feasible. I would say by the next board meeting, they need to have their SAM coverage. I think we've extended enough that they should have that in place already. So I would like consensus that we make sure that they have their coverage in place by, when's our next board meeting? April 16th. Deadline.
Good. Rich?
Through the chair. I appreciate wanting an update and I'm certainly anxious to get this taken care of. However, I'm also cognizant of the fact that there were certain requirements that were needed to get the level that we had adopted. And I know that baseball, they did do their level 2 with baseball first to get them done because their season was starting before the flag. So, and also baseball, anyway. So the point is that I'm not certain that there isn't some requirement that they're still trying to go through the process to be able to validate then what that SAM coverage is.
Right, well,
And there's a difference between having temporary SAM coverage for a specific event as opposed to for a season.
again, I think giving April 16th as a deadline to get their coverage is decent.
If you're saying deadline, that it's a drop dead date, if there's not some specific reason, I think we need to understand what the problem is.
Through the chair, Mr. Lawrence will reach out directly to Wendy tomorrow, get an update, and we'll share it with the entire board and tell them that we'd like to get this, and I'm sure they do as well, wrapped up.
Right.
Even before the 16th.
Right.
So,
Please.
yeah.
Thank you.
I just
And
want,
then-
I have another comment on that.
I was
Let
just
us
gonna
know.
Say, there's an issue where they don't think they can get it by the 16th. We will include that in the justification or their reasoning why they cannot. And if it's level 2, we'll include whatever the detail is. if they
Thank you.
provide.
My understanding is that they do have the SAM coverage at the previous required amount.
They had carried at the 100, 300, which was presented at last.
Okay, the other one, I know at the special meeting that we had last week on Monday with the code of civility that we put in place, it was mentioned social media. Can we make sure that is added on there? I'd like, you know, it was discussed, I think everybody agreed, but make sure that that's put on there, that social media is another one that board members, staff really should be watching how they respond and talk and comment. And that's all I got.
Through the chair. So just so we're clear, when you're talking about social media, you're talking about anywhere on social media? Because I really don't think that what I say on my personal page or in my private groups has anything to do with the district, and this board doesn't have any authority to be governing that or trying to. So, you know, if we're talking about on the ITID Facebook page, we already have a policy about that.
I believe when it was discussed in any manner. I think we should all be respectful on social media, no matter if it's our private page or anybody or Indian Trails page or our, I know I have my own, I don't use it very often, but my own candidate page. I think we should all just be cognizant of what we're saying and make sure that we're being respectful. I would hope you'd do that with it on your own private page also.
Anything on supervisor business?
Yes, there's two items, and I just want to, so the board's aware, because, there's been comments on Facebook about it. One has to do with the cutbacks that, staff has been doing with the cutbacks on the trees. There's been a lot of complaints about it. People are very unhappy. So Burgess has assured me that they're gonna look at some alternatives to bring back.
Yeah, we'll have to bring it back to the board, but just quickly, what I've talked to staff about today with Mr. Lester and others is a concept that we don't necessarily discontinue doing cutback type of
trees.
operations with the trees. But what we do is in the upcoming budget, we're hoping to get approval to purchase a drone where you can fly just canals as well as roadways where we have roads or sidewalks. Determine if there are issues, first send it to the homeowner. If the homeowner doesn't do the cutback, then we will do it and we will do it like we do it. We're not,
Tree
it's not
pruning.
going to be pretty, but my goal is if we don't need to do, I don't want to send a tractor down a road if we don't need to do a cutback. So
And we
that
should
may
give
be
the residents an
something
opportunity to
where
do
we-
it themselves if
Yeah.
they want to
or
hire an
or
arborist or,
canal,
yeah.
So that
Yeah.
way we can plan it out.
Yeah.
So that would be something that we were talking about doing, for the FY 26.
Beautiful.
So that would be a policy change too. So something to think about. And then, the other thing had to do with, uh, mirrors. There was an email from them and
Right.
my emails with them started back in November. And their issue is still not resolved and, yeah, I hope we're gonna resolve that. I don't know. From her email tonight that she sent that you were reading, there was something that caught my attention. I'm not sure if maybe part of the problem that they're dealing with has to do with cut through traffic on Murcott. I don't know, because that's where that, the daycare is as well, if I remember correctly. So that could be part of the problem. So we need to take a look at that. But it's very frustrating. One of the things I hear from residents all the time is I shouldn't have to call the district. Well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And that is one thing that I think we have lost in going to the current organizational structure of the district, because when we were by zone, there seemed to be a little bit more responsibility by the zone crew in terms of making sure that things were done, signs were replaced, whatever. There is a significant difference in those kinds of things. And so it plays out in the residents that are calling and complaining or their response is, I shouldn't have to call to tell them to do the job that they're supposed to do. Now, sometimes people don't understand what the job is that we're supposed to do. That is true. But, I don't know why somebody thinks that we haven't fixed their road in the past year if their road is in good shape, So it would seem to me that there's a problem. This resident claims to have been calling every week. And so maybe she has, maybe she hasn't, maybe she's called, I don't know. But we need to do better. People are stressed right now and they're feeling it in every direction. And so I just hope, as it relates to grading roads and getting material on roads so that people can drive in a reasonable way, that we can prioritize that. And then, of course, the swales, I don't know what's going on with the swales. Sometimes people just don't like the new design, Jay, because it's so steep and they feel like now it's holding water, they can't mow it. So the only way to resolve that is to go back to a less steep swale, which costs more space and more of an issue. So, anyway, I just want the board to be aware. And I know Burgess is gonna follow up on that and hopefully, it can be rectified.
And through the chair, usually with these things, if they're repeat calls, it's because there is usually nothing wrong. It might be in their minds or something wrong, but it means what are satisfactory or unsatisfactory, what those levels are. I've not had a chance, because we just talked about it this morning, and I just have not had a chance to get with customer service or to small business.
I'm gonna go personally look myself, because typically when a customer or resident asks me to do so, I do that, and they've asked me, and so I will go take a look at it, but
I'm
Yeah.
quite certain that we sent those students out there. Normally we send out to look at those, especially if they, but I don't know.
Okay, well, the only thing I wanted to bring up was, and Frank was kind enough to send it to the board today, in fact. Avenir got their declaratory judgment against the county that they were overcharged by tens of millions of dollars for their prop share. So that just goes to show you the state that we're in. So I just want to make sure that our residents are aware of that. And once again, development wins. So thank you, everyone. I thank you for being here, and people that are still on Zoom, I thank you. Next up, item 14, reports, receive and file. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Who's first? Okay, Patty and Betty. All in favor? See that passes 5-0. And we're adjourned. Good night, everyone.